Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
Today is Monday, November 4th, 2024. Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. We are live here in Philadelphia, where Vice President Kamala Harris will hold her final rally after canvassing all across this state, trying to make her case to be elected the 47th President of the United States. We'll show you some of the stuff that took place earlier in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where Fat Joe and others also spoke there. In addition, Larry Krasner, the DA here in Philadelphia, he has made it perfectly clear that he is not going to tolerate anybody who is trying to bully workers. He said, if you F around, you will find out. Also, we were in Michigan over the weekend where we talked to a variety of people, including Higher Heights. We'll talk to Judith Brown Dianas with the Advancement Project, also Lieutenant Governor of Michigan. We also chatted with Governor Westmore of Maryland. We heard from the sister of Kamala Harris, Maya Harris, And also, we talked to boxer Clarissa Shields and the mayor of Flint, Michigan. We have all of that for you. Plus, folks, in Georgia, MAGA Republicans are upset because hours were extended over the weekend, but they got to get the hell over it. There's a lot for us to break down. It is time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
Folks, we're here live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where in a couple of hours, Vice President Kamala Harris will hold her final rally of the election season. But it is more than a rally. They're going to be having 8 simultaneous rallies happening all across the country. Here, Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, and others will be performing. In other parts of the country, you'll have D Nice, who will be in Pittsburgh. You have other celebrities who will be in Milwaukee, who will be in Vegas, all across the country. This is about making the case, the final case, before voters go to the polls tomorrow morning all across this country. We have seen explosive votes take place in early voting all across this country. And the vice president is going to be here speaking to this audience, again, trying to lock down this particular state. When you talk about the blue wall for Democrats, this is one of those 3 states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The other battleground states, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. And so they are battling for every single vote. Remember, when you look at the 2020 election and the 2016 election, it was margins. Trump wins the presidency in 2016 by 77,000 votes. In 2020, Biden-Harris wins Wisconsin by 20,000 votes. They win Georgia by 10,700 votes, 11,700 votes, then Arizona by 10,000. And so, again, it is a very tight race according to the polls. And so every single vote absolutely matters. Earlier today, the vice president held a rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania. That is a critical location because not only when it comes to voters in the state, Puerto Rican voters are significant there. And remember, it was that rally 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump's rally 2 weeks ago, Madison Square Garden, where Puerto Ricans were insulted. And according to Univision polls, that is showing up where people are upset by that. Here is the vice president today in Allentown.
One day left, and we need to finish this strong and get this done. So let's get out the vote. Let's reach out to all of our folks in the next 24 hours, family and friends and classmates and neighbors and co-workers. And as we do, I ask, let us please be intentional about building community. Be intentional about building coalitions. Because, you know, there's been so much about these last few years that has been about trying to beat people down, trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other, trying to make people feel as though they're alone and don't have anybody. So not anymore, because we all know that our power includes, yes, this vote and this election, but building community and coalitions and reminding folks the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us, and we are all in this together. We are all in this together. From the very start of our campaign, this has not been about a fight that is against something. This is about a fight that is for something. This is for something. This is about a future future with freedom and opportunity and dignity for all Americans. And so in this final stretch, let us remember that we have a lot of work to do, and there is power in our work about reminding folks of their voice and the power of their vote. So remember, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power.
Folks, the Vice President has been making the case all across the country. We were, of course, with her last night at Michigan State University in East Lansing. She also, of course, was over the weekend in Atlanta as well. And so you are seeing this come down to the wire, and they're doing all they can to turn out their voters. Speaking of the voters, District Attorney here in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, held a news conference today, and he made it clear that if any people are seeking to try to intimidate any voters who go to the polls, he is going to have none of it.
Have any deep abiding fears or concerns. We don't have any reports. I want people to be reassured that when they get up tomorrow to go vote, if they have not voted already, that everybody in the city is working and has been working for months to make sure that there will be nothing tough about that experience and nothing to fear in that experience. But I also want to be clear, anybody who thinks it's time to play militia, F around and find out. Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out. We do have the cuffs, we do have the jail cells, we do have the Philly juries, and we have the state prisons. So if you're going to try to turn an election into some form of coercion, if you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out. That's what we're going to do. I will tell you that we do have a concern. We hope it will not materialize. We've seen time and again when we're clear about our intentions, most of the bad stuff does not materialize, but we have a concern that there may be people either working in the polls or close to the polls who are going to bring frivolous, bogus challenges to voters. Why? Because this was done in Wisconsin. Basically, the way that works is when they know better, people start to claim Mrs. Jones isn't Mrs. Jones. They might not even know Mrs. Jones. Or they start to say, oh, that identification is not good enough. These are people who have potentially put themselves in the positions of some sort of official status, and they are liable then to try to get into a discussion with other officials. This is the bottom line. Anybody who thinks you're going to play those games in Philadelphia, you're going to do it in bad faith. I got no problem with doing it in good faith. But if you're going to do it in bad faith, there is an election court, there are judges, they have orders. And those orders are going to say, in essence, get out of the polling place. Anybody who doesn't get out, you're getting arrested. That's how it works, okay? So if any of you are on your little Slack communications back and forth saying, won't this be fun? You can have your fun in a jail cell, because that's what's coming.
Folks, this has all been about a question of turnout. Earlier today, the Harris campaign billed what they call the largest phone bank ever. They had any number of celebrities and others who were on the phone lines who were actually calling voters. Yes, of course, Saturday we were in Detroit, and Black Women for Harris were also doing the phone calls as well. And so lots and lots of work that has been going on. In this state, they have been knocking on doors, touting nearly 1 million doors, phone banking, SEIU, other labor organizations on the ground when it came to really making it clear in terms of that they need to reach as many voters as possible. Two issues that the Harris campaign has been focused on coming down the stretch. That is a threat to democracy by Donald Trump, but also reproductive rights. And so that has been appealing to a lot of women voters. Over the weekend, a poll out of Iowa showed Vice President Kamala Harris up 3 points against Donald Trump. That rocked lots of people because they were shocked to see that particular poll. According to those crosstabs, a number of older women, older white women, were actually supporting the vice president. So we're going to be looking for those type of things over tomorrow once voting numbers start coming in. Now, as I said over the weekend, we were in Detroit. We're in Flint, Michigan, where I caught up with Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who's been doing all he can to help the vice president. He makes it perfectly clear that when it comes to this election, run through the tape and he said, by election day, you shouldn't have any voice. You should be dead tired because you've done everything you could to help her win.
Let's get right to it. This is we're down to the wire.
We are. This is when it matters. This is the red zone, right? This is how you determine who wins and who loses. And the thing I've always said about campaigns is that the team that's willing to work the hardest, the team that never forgets who you're fighting for, will never stop fighting. And so these moments, when we're only a couple days out, this is when elections are won. And that's why I'm completely convinced, after being here, seeing the energy, seeing the ground game, that we are going to win this race as long as we just keep this energy up for these next 2.5 days.
All I've been focusing on last month, telling our people, if we vote our capacity, we sweep elections. If Detroit exceeds 50%, if those huge counties in Georgia go 70, 75% eligible voters, it's a wrap. But it's just getting folks to understand that we actually have the power, we just got to use it.
Understanding our power is the most important thing in all this race, right? And that's the thing I want people to remember in all this. For people who say it doesn't make a difference or who sits in these seats and matter, like, let's be very clear. Who sits in these seats matters because every decision about your life is a policy decision. Everything that goes on in your life is because someone helped to configure it. Either opening up opportunities for you and your family or being able to close them off. And it is very clear which candidate in this race has not just a future-facing vision, but a track record of being able to fight for all of us, and which candidate does not. And that's why I'm all in to make sure that Kamala Harris becomes the next president.
Real quick, last point. Look at the cameras. A brother out there who said, well, I don't feel it. I don't see it. I'm not feeling this election. What do you tell him?
I say, I understand the frustration. And it's something that we actually talk about often, where the skepticism that a lot of people feel, it's real and it's not about right now. Frankly, it's oftentimes generational, and it's gone on for years, because this country has not always been fair. The system has not always worked for everybody. But the thing I ask is this, is that don't let that skepticism that you might have about the system, don't let that make you surrender your responsibilities. And don't make that think that you somehow do not have any choice or any say as to what the future looks like. We have a candidate who sees us. We have a candidate who's willing to fight for us. We have a candidate who, for the first time in American political history, has put together an opportunity agenda for black men. That's never happened before. We've got to get out there and fight for her and support her, because when we do that, she will continue to fight for us. So we need you out there, and we need you making your voice heard.
All right, Fred. Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all.
Thanks a bunch.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Black women are going to be critical. When you look at the polling thus far, young black women or the young women of color are turning out in huge, huge numbers. Higher Heights is an organization that was created specifically to focus on the election, the funding, and supporting of black women in politics. Glenda Carr is the leader of that organization. I also chatted with her in Flint, Michigan, about what they have been doing all across Michigan and the Battleground states.
All right, Glenda, so you got the bus. Where have y'all been going?
We have been in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware. We are on surge buses, again, from D.C. to Philly, from New York to Philly, and we are here in Michigan.
What have you been hearing? What have you been seeing? What are folks, are folks excited?
Oh, the energy is crazy. Now, the question is, can that energy then go get 10 people in the next couple of days? It is about every single black woman and every single black man. When we're fired up, we don't go to the polls alone. As I always tell you, bring your house, your block, your church, your sorority, your union. And this final drive is making sure that we are having parties like this, where we're centering joy, but making sure we have all the tools to organize people to the polls.
One of the things that we are seeing in the data, young women are voting like crazy, especially young sisters and young women of color.
Yeah, because they understand that this is a generational change, right? Young women are like, we can't go back to our grandmothers, but they are imagining the possibilities of their daughters and their granddaughters. So I think they're voting for their future.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I thought was really interesting, I saw this poll that said 38% of Gen Zers did not even know about that Access Hollywood tape. And so these young women on TikTok are posting that information, and they're like, whoa, he said that about women? And so it's interesting how something 8 years ago is coming back today.
Yeah, well, 8 years ago, they were, 14, 15?
Right.
And so I think it's important that content creators and media outlets like yours are telling the true story so that people can be informed and to make an informed decision. And so the more information we have that is not missing disinformation, but the truth, it's important for people to understand why this is such a consequential election cycle.
All right, last one. If there's a young sister out there, there's a young brother out there, there's somebody middle-aged or older, and they're like, listen, I don't see it, I don't see change, I don't think anything happens. What do you say to them when they're choosing to decide to do the couch or not to vote?
Well, if you're listening to the song in back of us, it is about our freedoms. You don't know that this is a consequential election until you realize you've lost some freedoms. And as a woman, I've lost freedoms of my ability to control my own body. We've lost freedoms in our schools to be able to have history books that are reflective of our democracy and of our history. We've lost it. You may not feel it, but you've lost it. And so this is about getting off that couch and ensuring that you are fighting like our lives depend on it.
All right. Appreciate it.
Take care.
All right. Thanks so much. Good seeing you.
Bye.
All right.
Folks, also the Harris campaign, they have been dropping new ads, really trying to make the closing argument in these final hours before voters go to the polls. Here is one narrated by Academy Award-winning actress Viola Davis.
Trying to rain on the thunder, tell a storm I'm new.
Something cracks open inside you when you become a mother. You realize long after you're gone, these children will be your legacy. This mother came to America at 19 years old. She stood 5 feet tall, but she stood tall. Becoming a cancer researcher, birthing 2 daughters, Kamala and Maya, and with them, she birthed her legacy. She taught them to believe in themselves and to stand up for others. It's what made Kamala become a prosecutor who fought for justice, an attorney general who took on corporations to protect working people, the senator and vice president who stood up for women's rights. And now, in this moment, Kamala Harris has a new way forward. She says every worker should be able to provide with dignity. That's your right. Every generation should do better than the last. That's your legacy. Every American should be able to buy a home, start a business, and save enough to invest. It's time for a new generation of leadership, one of optimism and belief in a better future for all Americans. This daughter of Shamala, this daughter of the American story, is ready to lead us forward.
Folks, lots more we're going to share with you, including conversations with boxing champ Clarissa Shields, also Judith Brown Dianis with the Advancement Project. The mayor of Flint, Michigan. We'll also hear from the sister of Kamala Harris, Maya Harris. The lieutenant governor of Michigan, of course, Garland Gilchrist. Also, of course, Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson. Also, Congresswoman Jayapal. Folks, lots more we want to break down for you and share with you that we're covering. Here we are, the night before Election Day. We are live in Philadelphia right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Nearly 250 years ago, America was born when we wrested freedom from a petty tyrant. Across the generations, Americans have preserved that freedom, expanded it, and in so doing, proved to the world that a government of, by, and for the people is strong and can endure. And those who came before us, they did not struggle, sacrifice, and lay down their lives only to see us cede our fundamental freedoms to the will of another petty tyrant. So America, in 7 days, we have the power to turn the page and start writing the next chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
Bob and I both voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for him twice. I won't vote for him again. January 6th was a wake-up call for me.
Donald Trump divides people. We've already seen what he has to bring.
He didn't do anything to help us. Kamala Harris, she cares about the American people. I think she's got the wherewithal to make a difference. I've never voted for a Democrat.
Yes, we're both lifelong Republicans.
The choice is very simple.
I'm voting for Kamala.
I am voting for Kamala Harris.
IVF is a miracle for us because it allowed us to have our family. After having my daughter, I wanted more children, but my embryo transfer was canceled 8 days before the procedure. Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade stopped us from growing the family that we wanted. I don't want politicians telling me how or when I can have a baby. We need a president that will protect our rights, and that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
This is Khalil Thompson with womensblackmen.org. You got just one vote, use it.
All right, folks, welcome back to Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. We're live here in Philadelphia where they are getting ready for this massive rally here. Now, it's filling in space down here, but you literally have folks who are on all sides here in Philadelphia. Now, remember, last weekend, Washington, D.C., there were some 75,000 people at the Ellipse, and so they're expecting a crowd of anywhere from 30 to 50,000 here. A little bit earlier, I decided to do a walk, and so let me just give you a sense of how all of this thing looks out here and how they have this set up here at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. All right, folks, I just want to give you all a sense of the scale of where we're at. So we're here in Philadelphia. So we're at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. And so this is outdoors. So you see the main stage there. This is where you have all of your press tables for all of your media outlets that are going to be here. This, of course, is the scaffolding where you have the main cameras. So you have all of this back here. So you got more press back here. You got SAT trucks out here. Broadcasting over here, and then you see all the porta potties because you're going to have people all the way down here. So if we go down here, you can see all these monitors that are going all the way down. They clearly are expecting anywhere from 75 to 100,000 people. You've got Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, and others who are performing. And so you see how this thing is set up. Let's go back here. As you see porta potties and things along those lines. They haven't let the public in yet. The program begins at 8 o'clock. And of course, the Vice President will be speaking in that following hour. And so you see all the speakers back here. And again, more monitors going all the way back. So because of seeing, the scaffolding and everything right there, the press riser, you can't have a straight shot to see that. But as you can see, let's just walk back here. More generators out here for power. You got lights out here as well. And so you see, so all the people are going to be all down here. And so you can already hear, as I'm headed down here, you can hear folks banging on drums. They got lots of water out here. Even though it's a cool night, it's about folks staying hydrated. So all of this is going to be packed with people all along here, along this area right here. So we're just going to keep walking, and you got people who are lined up behind the porta potties over there. We came that gate over there, so they're lined up there. You can see folks already coming down. Massive security presence. We got here at 10:45 this morning. Roads were blocked off. Cops were everywhere. And they were, of course, getting everything ready for today. You see selling of swag right here. And so they're going to be busy. All of the gear, the Harris Walls gear. And so, as you see how far I've already walked. So we come in here. So you see what's down here? Lots of food trucks down here for the crowd. Roads here blocked off. And so you see again, video monitor here for all the people who are going to be down here, are going to be assembled down here. So, how you doing? How you doing, bro? How's it going? All right, so again, as you can see, folks are waiting to get in. You see the food trucks that are lined up over here. They got a band out here performing for the folks. How you doing? How's it going? What's up, bro? What's happening? What's happening? So you got, of course, you see the monitors and everything that are here.
How you doing, bro?
How you doing? Y'all good?
Yeah, bro.
Yes, sir. So you see, they got all the food trucks. You name it, they got it. Food trucks lining both sides of the street. So we go down here. You got fire, EMT here. More portable monitors. You see how far we are. And you've got, of course, you can hear the music coming all the way down. So I'm looking here. I don't see speakers down here. Interesting. But don't be shocked. There's people down here. So what we got down here? We got vote Kamala Harris for president. All right, pretty cool. So let's walk on down here. Here we go. Got a drum line here. Like I told you, you see, they got water everywhere here. All people are going to be here. So, all right, getting ready for it all. As you see, massive security presence. You've got Philadelphia police, you've got Secret Service, you've got state troopers. You see folks out there already lining up, waiting to get in. So they'll be letting folks in real soon. And so again, Washington, D.C., we had 75,000 there. Last night in Michigan State, more than 12,000 that were in the stadium. And so we're getting ready for this massive rally. So you see, this is the distance right here, all the way coming from here. So, folks, just giving you a sense of the scale of this rally. And again, what the Harris campaign is doing, they're going to be having 8 simultaneous rallies happening all across the country. 8 rallies happening all across the country. So it is going to be an incredible day. The live stream is going to be amazing. How they're going to do this, so it's unbelievable. So Governor Walz is going to be in Milwaukee. They got folks in Pittsburgh, in Nevada, every battleground state. That's where they're holding rallies. And so it's going to be an absolutely incredible night before the 2024 presidential election. Man, truly incredible. The Black Star Network's glad to be here. Folks, as I said, rallies happening simultaneously in Atlanta, Detroit, Las Vegas, Milwaukee, here in Philadelphia, Phoenix, Raleigh, as well as Pittsburgh. Let's bring in our panel. Dr. Julianne Malveaux, President Emerita, Bennett College, economist and author, joining us from D.C. Joy Chaney, founder of Joy Strategies out of D.C. Yolanda Jones. She's a Texas state representative out of Houston. Glad to have all three of you here. Let me start with you, Julianne. What we are seeing here is we are seeing, again, a campaign that is pulling out all the stops, that is being extremely aggressive, that is doing things that you don't see from other campaigns as well. And so I think that's what really stands out. I tell you, when I think about even Obama's campaigns, I don't think you've seen this type of concerted effort, whether you talk about this massive phone banking, the simultaneous rallies. They're going to literally produce this like it's a television show. They are hitting everywhere at the same time, leaving no stone unturned.
Roland, this is just extraordinary. First of all, greetings to my fellow panelists. This is extraordinary. It's a galvanizing moment. I was on the Win with Black Women call last night. Sisters, but not only sisters, people are really excited about the possibilities of a new beginning. We have two choices. Go backwards, that man, again, make America great again. And all his thing is again, like he did it right before. And then you have someone who's looking forward. And the excitement is out there. Now, the challenge, of course, is that you have this hard knot of people who do not want to move forward, who do want to go backward. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, you have this enormous energy. I don't care who wins. I do care. I'm not saying that. But whoever wins, we have a new movement in this country of people who are saying, what is it that you want? How do you want to live? And that's what's exciting. Whether you're in Detroit or in D.C., where there are thousands yesterday rallying together to support Vice President Harris, whether you're in San Francisco or L.A. or wherever, and I hear from people all over the country, people are excited. And so this is a moment, this is a serious moment of renegotiation about our values. And it's exciting. That's all. The only word I can use is exciting.
Joy, when you look at a lot of these mainstream media folks, they've often talked about Donald Trump and his rallies in terms of how folks are responding. Vice President Kamala Harris in this campaign has made him look small, has made him look minuscule in terms of these rallies they've been turning out. But this is not just about the rallies. It's the literally more than 1 million doors knocked in the last 3 days here in Pennsylvania. She spent all day hitting 3 cities today. And so they understand that every vote matters. And if this is a razor-thin margin, they want it to be on their side.
Very small, as Barack Obama said. Look, you said it, 1 million votes, 1 million doors knocked on in Philadelphia. I can tell you my personal experience. Not only have they been telling us where they want us to go to knock on doors, but when they realize that they have too many volunteers at one place, they immediately say, actually, we need you to go to another place. The nimbleness. And the real time, you literally feel like you are a part of a moving campaign that has its ear to the ground, who knows exactly where they need to be, knows exactly who they need to ask to vote, remind to vote. It is a professional operation. And there are Democrats, but there are also Republicans out there knocking on doors. And the one thing you don't see when you're on the ground, a Trump canvasser. You don't see them. They aren't excited to vote for their candidate if they're voting for him. I predict that there are going to be a lot of hidden Kamala Harris voters out there, and they're excited to see us coming. And even those who feel disaffected, they're not out there supporting Donald Trump. He is just completely lacking in enthusiasm for him, with the exception of those very small, again, that word, rallies that he's been having compared to what we've been having on the Democratic side. Finally, Democrats have had their candidate. We are excited about this one.
The point that Joy made there, Jelana, those hidden voters, the Harris campaign is saying that's what they are seeing. Independents break their way. They are seeing disaffected, angry Republicans who are sick and tired of Donald Trump and his antics. I mean, J.D. Vance at a rally literally called Kamala Harris trash. And so, their strategy is being obviously targeting their base, black voters, targeting women voters, but also looking at to gather anywhere from 5 to 12% of Republicans. And the bottom line is, when you're talking about a race with the margins, hey, that 5 to 10 to 12% could be the difference between winning and losing.
I think that the Harris campaign has been brilliant in a couple of things. I think they've been brilliant in just getting in Donald Trump's head, which is a person who's been black all my life and a black woman. That's just great because she has him not focusing on whatever it is he's supposed to be focusing on. The next thing I think she's done with Republican women, specifically married Republican women, is she has given them a way to vote their conscience without telling their husbands, which also has the Republicans going nuts. And that ad she has with Julia Roberts, the little white girl that all the white people love, saying, hey, you can vote, and they're saying that husbands can't go into the polls with their wives. You can vote, and basically what's done in Vegas stays in Vegas is what's done at the poll stays at the poll. So she's giving them permission, and then they can come out and act like they voted just like their husband said. And you can tell it's really bothering the Republicans because almost all of them are talking about how dare they, this is tantamount to cheating. If you lie to me about who you're voting for, who else will you lie to me about? And I also think that white women, well, I hope that white women see that they're the reason that they don't have the right to abortion to this day, because rather than choose Hillary in 2016, they chose Donald Trump, and now they have a chance to at least try to right that ship. And they want their daughters who get pregnant to be able to go get an abortion, right? That's what they want. And so that's the sneaky sort of voter that they have.
Gotcha. All right, folks, hold tight 1 second. When we come back from this break, we're going to talk with Chris Towler with the Black Voter Project as he has been breaking down the numbers, and he makes clear that black voters could very well be the difference when we talk about the three states, the Blue Wall, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as well as Philadelphia. So we'll be right back. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network here in Philadelphia. Don't forget, support the work that we do by joining our Bring the Funk fan club. So you're checking money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. We'll be right back.
Disastrous, alarming, a plan that shreds American values. That's what independent news sources and conservatives are saying about a proposal from right-wing extremists called Project 2025. It would threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs created by the Clean Energy Plan, give massive tax breaks to big oil, and roll back protections that keep corporations from poisoning our water with toxic chemicals. Project 2025, a dream for them, a disaster for you.
Her blanket.
First of all, I'm the one that got rid of Roe v. Wade.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? There has to be some form of punishment. For the woman? Yeah, there has to be some form.
Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. So all they talk about abortion. You will no longer be abandoned, lonely, or scared. You will no longer have anxiety. You will be protected, and I will be your protector.
Trump ain't shit.
Did you know that Trump wanted the military to actually shoot Black Lives Matter protesters? I mean, Trump is not shit.
He let people die during COVID and then told us to drink bleach.
He tried to kill the stimulus bill and couldn't, so he delayed the money just so he could put his name on the check.
Trump ain't shit.
He used the death penalty to execute black men like Brandon Bernard.
He
Obama's economy, lost thousands of black jobs. He started inflation and gave his billionaire buddies a tax cut.
America, Trump ain't Don't vote for that man. He's nothing but
Vote Kamala Harris for president.
Hey, this is David Mann.
And this is Tamala Mann. You got one vote.
Now use it.
Folks, over the weekend, a poll out of Iowa sent shockwaves through the political circles because it put Vice President Kamala Harris up 3 against Donald Trump. The question is, will that hold? Chris Towler is, of course, the leader of Black Voter Project. He joins us right now. Chris, you've been looking at a lot of these polls that have been coming out. You've been breaking these things down. Give us a sense of how African Americans are being underreported. There was one pollster who literally had to make adjustments because he undercount. Yeah. How do you undercount black people in Detroit?
I don't know. That blows my mind when, you know, simple things like that happen to these mainstream professional pollsters. What I will say, though, is that over the weekend we put up final results from our third wave, the pre-election survey from the Black Voter Project. Over 1,000 black voters across the country were surveyed, 845 of whom we had already surveyed twice before, once in the first wave in April and again in the second wave in August. And I just wanted to highlight a few of the findings from this survey that can give some context to what else is going on across the sort of polling world here when it comes to black voters. One, we find black support for Harris continues to grow significantly, not just from April with the switch from Biden to Harris, but also from August to now. There's been a 13 percentage point increase in black support for Harris. Among likely voters, support for Harris versus Trump is right around where it was for Biden in 2020 exit polls. And so we're finding that support has definitely coalesced around Harris. The increase in support is coming from both black women and black men. Support among black men increased by 14% over the course of the campaign compared to a 13% increase in black women. An overwhelming majority of respondents, 72%, say Harris represents the needs of black people. And another 75% believe that her presidency will lead to change. And so there's extreme optimism about Harris and excitement around her campaign. All of the talk about early voting, some of the analysis suggests that black voters are waiting till election day to vote. Our survey says the same thing. A plurality of respondents, 34%, said they plan to vote in person on election day, so the most of any group. Another 25% said that they are going to vote in person but early before election day. And so a lot of in-person voting taking place within the black community. And then of those that said they had already voted in the survey, so those who had cast an early vote, the margin for Harris was even greater, where 93% of those who already voted said they voted for Harris compared to 6% for Trump. And then also looking at this over time, Harris has completely changed the way black voters perceive the Democratic Party, where more and more respondents perceive the Democrats as extremely welcoming to black people over the course of the campaign. In April, that was 28%. By August, it had gone up to 36% of black respondents seeing the Democratic Party as welcoming. And now just in October, that number's gone up to 42%. And so there's been some incredible gains here, not just for Harris, but for the Democrats when it comes to black voters. And black voters are participating at or above the levels of 2020, looking like, as you said, they could be the difference maker in some of these close battleground states that had significant black populations. We're talking Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, even Nevada.
Well, to your point, Chris, and then in just 1 second, we're going to actually be going to the stage. Oprah Winfrey has just walked out here. To the point that you just made there, what I've been saying is that Vice President Kamala Harris has been operating like a boxer in terms of you want to peak by election day, and it's been a steadily build. So all these people who have been freaking out, like going crazy, wondering what the hell is going on, they didn't quite understand how how black voters the numbers were low for Biden, Harris in May, in June, and as your poll, Black PAC and others, it was steadily building, and so now you're getting to election day, and now it's like go time to drive those people to the polls and turn them out, especially in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and it all comes down to turnout now. As we know, right, the election was decided by tens of thousands of voters in Philadelphia, North Carolina, and Georgia. And so getting the people out to the polls is going to be the most important thing. It has been really for the last 2 weeks, right? Nothing around public opinion has shifted that much. And so it's all about getting out to vote, the messages. And I think one thing that's going to be really important to watch here, and it's coming out in this Iowa poll, is the role that reproductive rights and abortion play in not just turning out voters, but black voters in particular. A lot of the work that we've done suggests that this is a really important issue to black voters, something that they realize disproportionately affects the black community. And so you're going to see not just like women and voters across the electorate, but black voters in particular really turning out where there's abortion on the ballot in places like Florida and Nevada and even Arizona and Colorado.
Give us your perspective on that Iowa poll that dropped over the weekend that shocked a lot of people, that showed Vice President Kamala Harris up 3 against Donald Trump. No one saw that coming.
Yeah, I think, again, that's one of the polls that suggests that reproductive rights and reproductive freedom is going to be far more important than anyone can imagine this election cycle. We see, white women coming out in certain polls far more for Trump or for Harris than they have in the past, where there's even a majority of white women in some polls supporting Harris. And I think that all boils down to this issue of reproductive rights. And then we also see black men and black women overwhelmingly support reproductive rights. In a lot of polls, abortion is the most important issue for the black community. It's one of the most important issues in the poll that we've run as well. And so I think that's what you're seeing coming to the top here in Iowa, is that there's going to be some other contextual elements here driving people to the polls, helping people decide how they're going to vote that might not be reflected in what's happened in the past.
Oh, absolutely. And again, what I keep saying to people, a poll is one thing, percentage is another thing, but right now it's about turnout. How can you drive as many votes as possible? And so for black men, for black women, that's really what it's all about. In Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, in North Carolina, in Detroit, in these places where you have large black populations, I keep saying, if black people vote 70% of our eligible voters in these places, Harris wins easily in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in North Carolina, in Wisconsin.
Yeah, the turnout, is going to have to be at historic levels for people to have the victory that they want her to have, right? 2020 turnout in Pennsylvania was at 70% among black voters. So, it has to be those levels or higher. I think that it's getting there. The campaign has a lot of energy, has been driving people to the polls for weeks now. The shift, the focus, the emphasis on black voters and issues for the black community, particularly black men, was much needed the last few weeks. And I think that's helped kind of continue to push this energy in a positive direction towards the end of the campaign here.
All right, Chris Towler, Black Voter Project man, we certainly appreciate it. Hey, folks, go to the polls tomorrow. Now it's all about who shows up. And so hopefully African Americans will show up in huge numbers to pave a victory for Vice President Kamala Harris. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Folks, when I was in Flint, Michigan, had an opportunity to chat with a variety of people. And one of the folks I talked with was the mayor of Flint, Michigan. Again, Flint, significant black population there, impacted by the water crisis. And he said they're doing all they can to turn black voters out. That's one of, again, if you look at Michigan, if Detroit, Flint, Lansing, places like that, if African-American voters turn out in huge numbers, then it will be a victory for the VP in Michigan.
Give us a sense how voting, early voting's been going here in Flint.
The energy is high here. Everybody's voting. We're expecting voter turnout to be record number right here in the city of Flint. And we know the road to the White House goes through Flint, and we're going to turn it out in this area. But down the corridor, I-75 from Detroit, Pontiac, Highland Park, Flint, and Saginaw, the Black Corridor of Michigan, we know we have to turn it up and turn it out in order to be able to get Vice President Kamala Harris over the top.
Now, how are y'all getting black folks to understand that if we vote our numbers, I mean, the bottom line is, I keep saying that the target should be 70% of our capacity. We hit that here in Michigan, it's over.
It's over. What we're trying to do is get people to recognize the power that they have, right? One of the greatest American rights that we have as American citizens is the right to vote. And getting our young people, our millennials, to be able to understand that, and their parents to understand what that is. My grandparents went through, poll tax, literacy taxes, Jim Crow laws. If nothing else, we have to vote to honor our history, to vote to honor our future, because everything's on the ballot box this time. But definitely, we got to make sure people understand how to turn that ballot over and get to the nonpartisan portion of the ballot. Because just having the presidency doesn't do it.
Right.
We got to have congressional seats, and we got to have people in the court system. And so we have African-American young lady on the ballot this year, the Michigan State Supreme Court, Kyra Harris Boland.
Yep, I've had on the show.
Yep, I served with her in the as a legislator. I was a former state legislator. We served together. I understand what that is and how important that is. The Board of Regents and colleges, we're trying to get to that higher level for education. We give millions of dollars to these institutions, but we have no say-so because we don't put it in there. But as African Americans in the Constitution, 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, the laws and amendments that made us nationalized citizens and freed us. And if you read down further in the article, it says it can be changed by those in Congress. And so if we don't have the right people there, we're in trouble.
Well, the point that I try to make as often as possible is that we're taxpayers. Why in the hell would I be paying taxes and then not participate in the political process that's spending my money?
Well, they have to understand how important it is as being the boss. Taxpayers makes them the boss. That means mayors like me, governors, state legislators, Congress people, all work for the taxpayers, so the balance of the power has never left the bosom of the people, and what we have to really understand what that is. And so, dysfunction has normalized itself in America. We've seen that on January 6th, where we've seen American citizens attack their own capital here in America. So we got to be able to lift the value system up, because we have a poverty of values many times, and we're trying to weigh our way through that. And we see that now because the other person on the other side of the ticket represents all that, all the depraved thinking and being an emptying of mind. And so when we have a person that can sit in the White House that can keep us in mind about our children and our grandchildren, that is a good and a better reflection of America. Not just Black America, not just gender. It's about America, and Kamala Harris represents that. And I'm so happy and engaged that Flint is showing up, my city's showing up for her.
All right, we'll appreciate it. All right, thanks a bunch.
All right, thanks for
All right, let's take them out on election day.
Oh, we're gonna get them. We're gonna get them.
All right.
All right, folks, coming to the stage right now here in Philadelphia is Jasmine Sullivan. Let's go right to her.
I always disagree.
Trying to take our reproductive rights. So what's going on? What's going on, y'all? Come on. Too many of you crying, and brother, there's far too many of you dying. You know we've got to find a way to bring some Listen, war is not the answer. For only love can conquer hate. Oh, yeah. You know we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, picket lines and picket signs. Oh, don't punish me with brutality. Won't you talk to me so you can see what's going on? I wanna know what's going on. Can you tell me what's going on? I gotta know what's going on. Ay, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Father, everybody thinks we're wrong, yeah. Oh, but who are they? Who are you to judge me? Simply 'cause we wear our hair so long. You know we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, picking lines, sing it, come on, and picking sides. Don't punish me with brutality. Come on, won't you talk to me? Come so you can see what's going on. What's going on? Hey, what's going on? I wanna know what's going on. Say, come on, say what's going on. I wanna know what's going on. What's going on? Thank you, Philly. What's going on, really? So I'm gonna do this next song, which is an original. It's called Masterpiece, and it deals with just my journey with self-love, and what I want for everybody is just to love yourself just the way that you are. We are the way God intended us to be. And so this song is called Masterpiece. I want you to know that you're beautiful. Okay. Yeah. My eyes ain't used to these rays. I'm feeling exposed, but I can't hide no more. As the sun shines on all of my glory, my flaws don't look so bad at all. What was I so afraid of? Every part of me is a vision of a portrait of Mona Lisa. Yes, every part of me is beautiful, and I finally see I'm a work of art, a masterpiece. And who is this I tried so long to fight, filling my head with lies, that I'm not good enough? Then I heard something in my ear tell me I'm perfect. Now that I know the truth, time to show and prove that every part of me is a vision of a portrait of Mona Lisa. Yes, every part of me is beautiful, and I finally see I'm a work of art. What a masterpiece. Oh, do
singer Jasmine Sullivan.
A portrait of Mona Lisa. Yes, every part of me is beautiful, and I finally see I'm a work of art, I'm a masterpiece. Thank you, Philly. I love you. Vote tomorrow,
y'all. Woo! Philadelphia. So we're back. So let's just do this here. We're going to go to a commercial break. We come back more on Roland Martin Unfiltered right here in the Black Star Network, live from Philadelphia.
78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Wrongfully convicted.
5 teenagers were arrested, tried, convicted, and sent to prison.
No men were exonerated.
What he did to us, he tried to end us.
Of course I hate these people.
So-called Central Park 5.
Calling for execution.
And let's all hate these people.
You cannot have this man go into office again.
I want society to hate him.
We were innocent kids.
The confessions were coerced.
Today, we are exonerated. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict.
This is about democracy being on the ballot.
I have absolutely no compassion.
Look at Kamala. She represents the kaleidoscope of the human family. There's something different happening in America. We will get the opportunity to build a future where we will be able to thrive and not just survive.
In 2016, Donald Trump said he would choose only the best people to work in his White House. Now those people have a warning for America. Trump is not fit to be president again. Here's his vice president.
Anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year.
His defense secretary.
Do you think Trump can be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
His national security advisor.
Donald Trump will cause a lot of damage. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
And the nation's highest-ranking military officer.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Take it from the people who knew him best. Donald Trump is a danger to our troops and our democracy. We can't let him lead our country again.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
I'm Mark Morial, President, CEO of the National Urban League. You've got just one vote. Use it. Don't lose it.
Folks, welcome back to Philadelphia. We are here on the Black Star Network. This event, the program will officially start at 8 p.m. Eastern, so less than an hour. But remember, we're not just here. We're having 8 rallies all across the country. I want to go to my panel. I'll start with you, Joy. We're talking to Chris Towler there, and the thing that we were talking about again is turnout. And really, you know, the idea of trying to get African Americans to understand that if we maximize our power, I mean, we win. And that's really what this boils down to. How do you maximize power? And so we can't keep complaining about why certain things don't happen when we're voting at 45, 48, 50%. We vote at 70%, we win elections. It's that simple.
Roland,
Joy?
you calling me? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that part.
Yes.
So you're absolutely right. I mean, when we vote, we win. There's just no other word for it. And look, when I was out there, I did run into a couple of young men who were saying, you know what, my vote doesn't matter, it doesn't count. That is just simply, it's never the case, but it's certainly not the case this time. Some of these elections are going to come down to maybe a couple thousand votes, especially within your county. And so it's so important that you're going out there and you're voting. Every vote counts, that you vote up and down the ballot. And that if you don't, I mean, you will find yourself in a place of regret. This is the one time it matters. Don't let all the anger over what has or hasn't been done in previous years put you in a situation where you're costing this Black woman who cares about us, who is prepared and capable, who's bringing together the coalition that we would dream of. Don't deny her this opportunity. That will be the greatest trick if you squander your opportunity now to elect the person who actually cares for you, to punish people who never did. Don't do it.
Jolanta, Gary Chambers in Louisiana has been really focused on this, emphasizing this. And again, places where we have large numbers of African Americans, we've got to take advantage of it. It makes no sense when you look at this. And so where we're talking about, man, if we could just get 50%, that additional 10, 15, 20%, we're talking about thousands upon thousands of votes.
We are. And here's what I'm doing in Harris County. It's the first time in my career of being elected that I actually spent money to help other people. So even though I'm in a pretty safe Democratic district, I understand turnout matters. So I bought radio ads on all the Black stations that Black people listen to. And I've said, yeah, vote for me. But when you come to vote for me, I need for you to vote for Democrats up and down the ballot, all the judges, and against HISD Proposition A and B. So the point is, there are many of us who are doing everything we can to get Black people out, because when we vote, when Black people vote, we win. And it's just really interesting, really quickly, that, some white folks were upset that my ads say, hey, Black people, wake up. And they're like, oh, we want to include everybody. No, I don't want to include everybody. I want Black people to come vote, because when we vote, we win.
Julian, again, Black Voters Matter talks about 365, 7 days a week, and they're absolutely right. That's really what it should be about. And we have to be in this state of mind. And so we got to get our folks to understand that if you don't maximize your power, then you're whining and complaining. But if you don't show up, guess what? No one's going to pay attention to you.
Well, Roland, it's interesting. As we look at this election, I have fond memories more than 60 years ago of having my mama drag me to the polls to tell me why it was important to vote, and to tell me, don't you ever dare miss an opportunity to vote. I pulled the lever for John F. Kennedy in 1960 because Mama let me do it. And it's one of my fondest memories of her, because she was from Mississippi. And she would always talk about how Mississippi people didn't have the right to vote and all the things that happened in Mississippi. I don't understand. I mean, I get it. I talk to younger people. They say stuff like, well, that was then and this is now. But I don't understand that anybody decides not to vote, especially when it's about your life. It's about your life. It's about the bills you pay, the taxes you pay, the water, the quality of the water you drink, the quality of your schools. I just don't understand how people look away and say, I don't care, or I don't know, or I'm not in it. Or as Joy said earlier, something happened so many years ago. So what? So what? Yeah, it happened so many years ago, but right now, right here, right now, we can make a difference. So I don't get it. But, I'm excited about Kamala Harris. I'm excited about the Harris-Walz team. I'm excited about these rallies around the country. I'm excited, Roland Martin, about you and the work that you're doing to make sure that we're lifted up. And my excitement is contextual, is historically contextual, because there were so many times where we didn't have Black people on the back. Or my grandmother would say, there were no Negroes on television. There were not people who were telling this kind of truth. And so the excitement is that we've seen the arc of history We've seen, and win or lose, we've seen the arc of history. But we can win this thing if people bring their, I'm going to edit myself, melanin-inflated hind parts, you know what I meant, out to vote for this sister, not to vote for sister, but vote for forward motion. How does this man keep saying, make America great again? Again. Again is his middle name.
Well,
again was.
Let me. Well, we were in Flint on Saturday. One person who would love to see this become reality is Maya Harris. She is the sister of Vice President Kamala Harris. Here's some of what she had to say to folks who are heading to go out to canvass in Flint, Michigan.
Hello, everybody. I am so happy to be back in Flint. I actually was here last month. It was one of my first stops when we kicked off this campaign. And I was here on our reproductive freedom bus tour. And we came to Flint because we wanted to have a whole conversation dedicated to talking about Black maternal health as part of reproductive freedom. And as we're having this conversation about protecting our freedoms, highlighting an issue that is so important in terms of when you talk about reproductive freedom, it is certainly about a woman's right to choose about when, where, and how to have her children. But it's also about the right to be able to survive childbirth, the right to be able to have a healthy baby, the right to raise a child with clean air and clean water. And so that was the conversation that we wanted to have so that we really had the full conversation about what we're talking about when we talk about reproductive freedom and all of the freedoms that are at stake in this election. So I highlight that because that is just one of many defining issues in this election. Now, you all are here because you know the stakes of the election. You, as the kids would say, understand the assignment. So I'm not going to go through every issue that we know is on the ballot this November. But certainly that is one that I wanted to be able to highlight. And I thank you all for being here. And I thank you, and that's really why I'm here, is to thank you. To thank you for showing up, to thank you for showing up for my sister, to thank you for standing up for your country by showing up for her in this election. I have been traveling all over the country. And the thing that has been so exciting, so gratifying, so inspiring is to see how people are showing up everywhere. Not only because they understand the stakes of this election and the threats that we face, but showing up with joy and showing up with optimism and showing up with an excitement about the future and what the future holds when we elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. And one of my very memorable moments was the last time I actually was here in Michigan after I came to Flint. I was in Detroit and I met a woman named Shar. Shar's an author. And Shar has lupus, she got cancer. She spoke passionately about health care and how the Affordable Care Act literally saved her life. Shar, so we all boarded this rocket ship on July 21st, right? Where Kamala put herself forward for this immense responsibility. 1 week from July 21st, Shar, in Detroit, cleared out her living room furniture, set up a bunch of folding tables, and has been hosting phone banks with dozens of Black women in Detroit ever since. That's Shar, right? I was in Georgia, in our Atlanta office. I met a man named Barry. Barry was one of the million voters who showed up. Have you all seen the early voting records in Georgia and how they broke records? I was there in Georgia at the moment the 1 millionth early vote was cast in the first week. I met Barry. He was one of those 1 million. He went and did his early vote, and then Barry told me he went home and he said, I have to do something else. I have to do more than just vote. And so when I met Barry, he was showing up to the Atlanta field office to sign up for his very first canvass. Like we're signing up people here today. Yeah, right. Never had been involved in politics ever before. But he not only understood the stakes of the election and knew he needed to do more than just vote, he was so excited about Kamala, he couldn't wait to get out and talk to people about her. I'm going to tell you about one other person who I met, and it was actually on my first stop after the convention for the campaign. It was in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and I met a woman named Elaine. And I was leaving the campaign office. Elaine was coming in, and I introduced myself, and then I said to Elaine, oh, you know, are you a volunteer? And Elaine said to me, oh no, I'm not a volunteer. She says, I don't get around like I used to. She said, I'm just bringing snacks to the volunteers. And I looked at Elaine and I said, Elaine, you're a volunteer. You are a volunteer. And the thing that I loved about Elaine is that no matter how big or small you may think something is, there is something for everyone to do in this campaign. There is something for everyone to do in this election, no matter how big or small you may think it is, and all of it is going to make a difference. All of it is going to make a difference. And so this is what we're seeing all across the country. People who are showing up. There is no one who is showing up more for this election than my sister, Kamala. She is traveling the country. She is multiple cities in a day, multiple states in a day. She is killing herself. And mind you, she is out there killing it, isn't she? While she's out there killing herself, she is doing her job. She's doing two jobs. Because while she's out there fighting for all of us and fighting to win this election, she's actually still Vice President of the United States doing important things with our President Joe Biden in the Oval Office. So she is doing her job. It is on us now to do our job. It's on us to do our job to get this over the finish line. Because she can't do this by herself. And I know you're here because you know that we need your help to actually get this over the finish line. But the thing is that what you're signing up to do today, I can tell you from all of what I've seen across the country, I've traveled to every single battleground state, the people-to-people conversations that you all are signing up to have today, those are so important and they will make the difference. And they have made the difference in every single one of Kamala's races. And I'm talking about going back to her very first race in 2003 when we ran for district attorney. She ran for district attorney the first time. And people didn't know who she was. They had never seen anybody who looked like her before in the job that she was running for. They wondered, what were her qualifications? They wondered, was she ready? Was she tough enough to be district attorney? Those kinds of questions have always been in every election. And what has always made the difference is people like you, people like Barry, people like Elaine, people like Shar, who see something in her. They meet her, they talk to her, they feel her, and they know she's going to fight for them. When you get out there and you have those conversations and you tell people why you're taking time out of your busy schedule to show up, when you are confident and excited, that is infectious. And that is an invitation for people to be a part of what we're for and where we are going. Because we are only going forward. We are not going back. We are not going back. And so we now have 3 days. We have 3 days left to election day. This has been the fastest presidential election in history. And the upside of 3 days is we are only asking you to give us all your time for 3 days. Just for 3 days. We're only asking for all your time for the next 3 days. The other side of 3 days is, y'all, we only have 3 days. We only have 3 days to close this deal. And the thing that we must do in these next 3 days, yes, get out and vote, do your early vote, but the thing that we must do in these next 3 days is make sure that people have been registered and are voting in numbers that are so overwhelming that we leave absolutely no doubt about where this country stands. That is the most important thing that we can do over these next 3 days. And this is what I can tell you. We can do this. We can do this. We will do this. If people keep showing up for the next 3 days and doing the work, I tell you, that is how we will protect our freedoms. That is how we will usher in this brighter future that Kamala is talking about, in which everyone can see themselves and in which she wants everyone to be able to fulfill their God-given potential. And it is absolutely how we will elect my sister, Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. So I thank you all for showing up today, all of you. But I do have to say, I was very delighted when I found out about someone who was going to show up today with me. And that is our extraordinary, just wonderful, smart, full of integrity, hardworking, just beautiful spirit, beautiful human, our governor of Maryland, Wes Moore.
Folks, that was Maya Moore in Flint, Michigan on Saturday. Got to go to a break, folks. When we come back, lots more on the show to talk about as we are on Election Eve. We are broadcasting live in Philadelphia, where one of the 8 rallies simultaneously being held by the campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris. Also on the show, we're going to be hearing from Michigan Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist. We'll be hearing from boxing champion Clarissa Shields. We'll be hearing from Judith Brown Dianis, from Hall of Famer Calvin Megatron Johnson, Jamila Jabril. I mean, just so many folks we got to bring for you. Look, nobody else in black-owned media is doing this. I'm telling you right now, nobody. BET is not doing what we're doing. Not TV One, not Rolling Out, not Essence, not Black Enterprise, not Blavity, none of them. Nobody can touch what we're doing here at the Black Start Network, bringing you the most comprehensive coverage from an African-American perspective, the 2024 presidential election. We'll be right back.
Jill Stein, Green Party candidate for president. So why are Trump's close allies helping her? Stein was key to Trump's 2016 wins in battleground states. She's not sorry she helped Trump win. That's why a vote for Stein is really a vote for Trump.
Jill Stein, I like her very much. You know why? She takes 100% from them.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
How am I supposed to tell him?
I get it. The cost of rent, groceries, and utilities is too high. So here's what we're going to do about it. We will lower housing costs by building more homes and crack down on landlords who are charging too much. We will lower your food and grocery bills by going after price gougers who are keeping the cost of everyday goods too high. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message because you work hard for your paycheck. You should get to keep more of it. As president, I'll make that my top priority.
It's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power.
He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future.
That is a damning non-answer. America, I think you've got a really clear choice of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Disastrous. That's what independent news sources and conservatives are saying about Project 2025. It would threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs, give massive tax breaks to big oil, and roll back protections. A dream for them, a disaster for you.
Hey, y'all, it's your girl, Cheryl Underwood. You got one vote. Use it. Now more than ever.
All right, folks, welcome back to Philadelphia. Black Star Network here is live. Folks, when you think about sports, when you think about politics, they often are discussed in the same breath. Well, over the weekend, I got a chance to chat with two major sports figures. First up, Clarissa Shields, a multiple boxing champion. She was in Flint, Michigan, out there making sure she was doing her part to elect Vice President Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States. Here's our conversation. This election, why did you want to come out here today?
I came out today to just really support the Kamala Harris movement. I wanted to hear what they had to say about us, actually, like what we can do to get more people out there to vote. And just hear all the great things that was being said about her. Like they said, like the election will be won through Michigan, so I want to help them win.
This is your state, and this is one of the crucial states. This is one of what they call the Blue Wall: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. And so, what do you say to African Americans specifically who are contemplating sitting this thing out? Because I keep saying, when we vote our power, we win.
Your vote matters. That's all I have to say about that. Your vote matters. I think that I've been hearing so much people say like, oh well, Kamala's in office now as the vice president, so if she didn't do nothing then, how can she do something now? Well, Donald Trump was our president, and what did he do then?
And actually, there's a long list of things that they actually have done. And I talk about it on my show all the time. So when people say, oh, nothing's been done, I'm like, oh, I can run it down for you.
Right. So I think that we have to look at the bigger picture, know that our votes count, and that we are a state to be reckoned with. So if we come in numbers, we will know this election and next election that, hey, you guys can't overlook our state, because we come out in numbers and we will vote. And our vote will get you either in or out the house.
So I've been using a boxing analogy for the past 2 months. So folks have been asking me about this campaign, and what I've been saying is, I said, if you study boxing, I said a boxer wants to reach their peak right before the fight. You don't want to peak too early, you don't want to peak late. I said, so how she's been steadily building, I said, it's sort of like you get closer and closer to fight day, which is election day. I said, that's how she's been running, a steady build.
Yes. And now we're at the last 3 days, and I think she's at her peak right now, where she's going full-fledged. She's in every city, every state, out the country. I think that she stands for something. And right now, the last 3 rounds of the fight is the championship round. These are championship rounds, and I believe that word of mouth travels way faster than social media. So we're doing the thing on social media, but I think that you grabbing your brother, your sister, your cousin, your mama, your daddy, your auntie, your uncle, bringing them to the polls with you and saying, hey, today we are dedicating our time to voting. And I think that these last 3 days, these championship rounds, it can get done.
And I'm looking at her knock him the hell out.
Yeah, there we go. Unanimous decision.
It's appreciated. Good to meet you.
For sure.
Thanks so much. All right, folks, in a little bit, we're going to hear from Calvin Johnson, Hall of Famer, also the head of the SEIU Union, April Verrett. But right now, let's hear from Judith Brown Dianis, who leads the Advancement Project, as she talks about the battle that civil rights organizations have been going through when it comes to the court. Actually, hold tight 1 second. We're going to go live to the stage to hear from the mayor of Philadelphia. Let me step aside.
Good evening, all, and welcome to Philadelphia. Now, because I'm a hometown girl, I need to do a roll call to make sure that my folks are in the place. Is Bucks County in the house? Is Chester County in the house? Delaware County? Montgomery County? And is the city of Philadelphia the birthplace of democracy in the house? Well, I want you to know who else is in the house this evening. Our Philly family is home tonight. Guess who's here? The Roots, Jasmine Sullivan, Freeway, and DJ Jazzy Jeff are in the house. company tonight. Members of our extended family are also here. Fat Joe, Ricky Martin, and Lady Gaga is in the house. And finally, when I think about guests who are here, let me just say that the GOAT is here, the woman who refused to allow her creative genius to be put in the box. She is by far one of the greatest communicators and business people of all time. Her courage, her power, her grit, determination, and authenticity changed the power of daytime television, literature, and Hollywood. Philadelphia, Oprah Winfrey's in the house. And while I must say to you that I am super excited that all of these cultural icons and giants are here with us on this evening, I don't want us to forget about the why. We are all gathered here tonight because a few blocks from here, 248 years ago to be exact, our democracy was born. The bedrock principles of freedom upon which our great nation stands. And despite what we hear from that other guy trying to put our nation down, remember, we live in the greatest nation in the world. Yes, it's true that while we work extremely hard to become a more perfect and a better union, we do so united and together while not allowing division to come in between our democracy and the America that we know and love. I want to share with you something that I learned, and every pundit, I don't care what political party they're from, they all have said the same thing. The path to the White House is paved through Pennsylvania, the Keystone State. And that means our great city of Philadelphia, our brothers and sisters in southeastern Pennsylvania, and our entire Commonwealth. Why is this important to note for the record? Yes, I'm the mayor, but I want you to know I'm an English teacher who just happens to be the mayor. And on tonight, I want us to focus on the why. And at the foundation of our why is very simply math. When we take a stroll back through our nation's history and we think about 2016, we think about how we felt when we woke up and we found out what had happened to our nation and our democracy and who had won the election. We realized that that guy won Pennsylvania by 44,000 votes. 44,000 votes. But we braved it and we stuck together. And in 2020, something about that math changed. The Biden-Harris ticket came along. And we right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we made sure that they won by 80,000 votes. Why is this important? For me, as mayor of the city of Philadelphia, to share with you on today. It's because the eyes of the world are on our great Commonwealth and on our great city of Philadelphia. Yes, birthplace of democracy, hub of intellectualism and innovation in some of the best medical and educational institutions in the world. But if we want to see a vision that moves America and our great nation forward, a vision and a plan, not a concept of a plan, but a plan. A plan that will ensure that there is a path to self-sufficiency for every American, no matter their race, their creed, their socioeconomic status, their zip code, their sexual orientation, or identity. That is the America we want, and that is the America that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to deliver for us if we do our homework. Let me say this to you. When I think about Vice President Kamala Harris, I think about the fact that throughout her entire life, she has been showing up for the people in every way imaginable. She did it as a district attorney. She showed up for the people as Attorney General, as a United States Senator, and now as our Vice President of the United States in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Southeastern Pennsylvania. If we do what we are supposed to do, we will make sure that she becomes the 47th President of the United States of America. Mayor Parker, Sherelle, how and why are you so sure? I'm so sure because Kamala Harris is one of us. If Lincoln University alum Langston Hughes were alive today, he would say, Mayor Parker, don't you forget that life for Kamala Harris ain't been no crystal stair. She's had to earn her place in space at every table she has been fortunate to have a seat at. And every time she's done it, she hasn't done it simply for herself. She's done it to deliver on behalf of the people. Now, if you are going to help us in Philadelphia and Southeastern Pennsylvania, if you understand the assignment, and we understand the assignment, right? That means on tomorrow, make sure you have your plan to vote. If you are voting in person, make sure you check on 5 other people to make sure that all of your friends, your families, and your neighbors are going to vote. I want you to make sure that when we work extremely hard to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz president and vice president, we have to make sure that we also send them some help in the United States Senate, and we elect Bob Casey. Democrats up and down the ballot. On today, I want you to know that we have all watched in live and living color. This guy tried to stoke dissension and cause chaos by questioning the very integrity of the election process here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, our city of Philadelphia and Southeastern Pennsylvania, to be specific. We know in the birthplace of democracy, we will have nothing less than a free, fair, and transparent election process. Now on tomorrow, I want you to remember this. This is her closing argument, and she's done everything that she could to show America who she is. She's crisscrossed this nation, making the case and earning the support of Americans across the board. I don't care if they're from rural America, suburban America, or urban America. She's worked hard to earn their votes. And right now, in the greatest city, what I believe is the greatest city in the nation, our city of Philadelphia, every time she's gone into court, she's understood the assignment, and she's shown up and said, I'm Kamala Harris for the people. Now it is time for we, the people, to show in a tangible way that we are for Kamala Harris and that opportunity economy. See, she just doesn't talk about it. When you hear her talk about the opportunity economy and putting Americans and Pennsylvanians and Philadelphians on a path to self-sufficiency so they can earn a living wage, access to retirement security and health care, when you learn of her support for organized labor and pro-union, you've got to say to yourself that Kamala Harris understands the assignment. I want to hear you all. We're going to do something different on tonight. She's always said Kamala Harris for the people. On tonight, I want her to know that we are here and we, the people, are for Kamala Harris. I want you got to listen to me here, because if y'all get this wrong, I'm going to stalk each and every one of y'all who are in this audience. I need you all to repeat after me. We, the people, are for Kamala Harris. We, the people, are for Kamala Harris. Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, and southeastern PA, let's make history once again and ensure that Kamala Harris is the 47th President of the United States of America. We are stronger when we work together, and we can and will be one Philly, a united city. One's in the air before I leave. One's in the air. I want them to see us united across the nation. Let me hear you all say, one Philly, a united city. Let's go, Pennsylvania.
Was Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker, of course, addressing the crowd here. Thousands assembled here in Philadelphia for this massive rally in support of, hold on.
Our history-making, trailblazing Speaker of the House, the first woman Speaker of the House in the Pennsylvania General Assembly, Joanna McClinton is here. I want you to put your hands together and welcome our trailblazing, trend-setting Speaker of the House, Joanna McClinton.
Good evening, Philly. As our Madam Mayor has said, my name is Joanna McClinton. It's the honor of my life to serve my neighbors in West and Southwest Philly, Darby and Yeadon boroughs of Delaware County. Do I have any of my neighbors here from Delaware County tonight? How about Montgomery County? I saw some of you coming in. Chester County, are you in Philly tonight? Bucks County, are you here tonight? And my neighbors that live right here in the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, let's make some noise. We are so excited to be here this evening, just blocks away from where our nation was birthed, to welcome back to Philly our soon-to-be 47th President, Kamala D. Harris. That's right. She is here this evening with us, and we are fired up and ready to go. We know that our Madam Vice President and Governor Tim Walz have a plan to move America forward. How many of you are tired of the past? How many of us know that our former president doesn't care about any one of us? That he has never fought for a hard-working middle-class family one day in his life. That he has never stood in the gap on behalf of people that have needed solutions to everyday problems. All he has done is brought hatred, division, and a long list of so-called enemies. Is he talking about us, fellow Americans? Are we enemies? I don't think so. I am excited that we can finally, on tomorrow, turn the page from the past. And I don't know about you, but I don't think we're going back. We're not going back. We're not going back.
That's right. We're not going back because it's all up to us. I am confident that voters in this city and in our neighboring counties, all the way to Erie County, 500 miles to the northwest, all across Pennsylvania, in 67 counties, we are going to turn out in record numbers, and we are going to make history on tomorrow. We are making history on tomorrow because we will be a part of that opportunity economy. We will be a part of the new way forward. We will be a part of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's vision for a brighter America. And most importantly, while there is still time, we are going to text, call, and reach out to everyone we know, because polls will be open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. And it's up to us to get the vote out. If anyone in your circle doesn't know where to go, you can text them the website, iwillvote.com. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for change. That's right. And guess what? When we fight, we win. God bless you, and let's go, Kamala.
Please welcome Senator Bob Casey.
Hey, everybody. I got one question for this crowd. Are you ready to win for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? Are you ready to win this Senate race? Are you ready to win for Democrats up and down the ballot? I want to thank you all for being here and for what you're doing for our Commonwealth and our country at this moment. All the work that's being done, all of the doors that are knocked on, more doors knocked on this weekend than we've ever seen in the history of the state because of your work. And we appreciate that commitment to our country at this critical time. I'm so grateful that you're helping Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, that you're helping me in this Senate race, helping our congressional candidates, State House, State Senate, statewide candidates, all of this work because we know what's at stake for our country. Women's rights are on the line, workers' rights, and voting rights, all on the line in this race. And Kamala Harris is ready for this moment. You know the work that she's done as a district attorney, as attorney general, as a United States senator, and as vice president. She is prepared right now to be the commander-in-chief and serve as president of the United States of America. We also have a big debate in this Senate race. It's a simple choice. It's a choice between a senator who's been delivering for our state, that's me, delivering for every one of our 67 counties, helping our families, lifting up and investing in our communities. That's on one side. Then on the other side, you have a candidate who ran the biggest hedge fund in the world. He was living up in Connecticut while I was delivering here for the people of our state. And you know what? In this race, on those rights, there's never been a clearer choice. On voting rights, I've already voted to advance in the Senate the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. He opposes that bill. If he were to be elected to the Senate, he'll block that voting rights bill with a Republican majority. We can't let that happen. On women's rights, after the Dobbs decision, which took away a 49-year right for women, the United States Senate had a vote on the Women's Health Protection Act to protect and restore Roe v. Wade. I voted yes on that. My opponent opposes it, and he'll block that vote in the United States Senate. Finally, Boo is right. Finally, on workers' rights, we've got to make sure we protect and strengthen labor rights and unions. The only way to do that The only way to do that is to pass the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. I support it. My opponent will block it in the United States Senate. So on rights, there's never been a clearer choice between what I stand for and what he stands for. When it comes to the big issues that our country will wrestle with, health care, my goodness, just this week, my opponent said he opposed, can you imagine this? He opposes the provision that allows a young person in our state or anywhere in the country to stay on their parents' insurance until the age of 26. He opposes that, and he'll be a vote to destroy the Affordable Care Act. We can't let our state be represented by a senator who wants to go to Washington to destroy the Affordable Care Act, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, and dismantle Social Security. We can't allow that to happen. So we're going to continue to work together to build a stronger country, to invest in our families, to invest in seniors by lowering the cost of prescription drugs, like we've already done together as Democrats. We're going to continue to invest in families with the child tax credit. We're going to continue to lift up those families while we're investing in small businesses. We cannot fail in this election. We have to continue to make sure that everyone you know gets out to vote. Make sure that anyone in your family or anyone that you know has a plan to vote tomorrow if they haven't voted already, because in the end, this will be the most consequential election of our lifetimes. Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris? Are you ready to keep a majority in the U.S. Senate and get a majority in the U.S. House? We're going to work up until 24 hours from now. It's 7:53. So we've got 24 hours and a couple of minutes to get the vote out, to get everybody out to vote to win this election and help move our country forward. God bless you, and God bless your work.
Senator Bob Casey, he is in a very, very tight race for re-election to the United States Senate. So I want to, again, we're monitoring the list of speakers. Vice President Kamala Harris, we're going to pull a video, going to show you. She's actually doing some door knocking in Reading, Pennsylvania. I want to go back to my panel real quick here. Jelana, the thing that's very interesting, the Harris campaign is really spending an inordinate amount of time here in Pennsylvania closing this out. And talking with them, they feel quite confident about Michigan and Wisconsin. Of course, Governor Tim Walz, he's actually in Milwaukee. What I find to be very interesting is that with this energy, especially being in Allentown, having Fat Joe and others speak, they're looking at the Latino numbers. This is a campaign. They think that by doing this, they can absolutely slam the door shut in Donald Trump's face and get the 207 Electoral College votes. Some people are thinking, oh, you spend this much time in Pennsylvania, you must be scared. But here's the reality. Trump, he isn't sure about North Carolina because he's been spending lots of time there as well. And so it's a very interesting contrast between the two campaigns where Trump is spending so much time in North Carolina, she's spending so much time here in Pennsylvania.
What? Can you hear me, Roland?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay, so I think she's got the best. I think she's got the best strategy. Pennsylvania has 19 votes. It's the largest electoral college votes for the blue wall, and I think she's exactly where she needs to. If they get a high turnout with black people, then they'll win. It'll make up for the rurals who may be going for Trump. So I think it's brilliant, and I think that it's a perfect storm for her in that she's got white women who are upset, and she actually, I mean, people don't talk about this, but she literally started running in July, at the end of July. So she's been able to explain to people and share with people who she is. So we know she's black, despite what Trump and his people say. We know she went to an HBCU, and we know she's connecting with black people. And even black men who they're trying to make us think don't support her, do support her, because they were all born from black women. So I think her strategy is great, and I think it's going to pay great dividends.
One of the things that is going on here, Julian, again, is the focus on outside of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Look, you often hear this, is that outside of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs, Pennsylvania is Alabama. President Joe Biden, 2020, he was able to secure the white vote here and appeal to those voters. And so the question that people have is whether or not those voters will stick with Vice President Kamala Harris and when it comes to this state. And so that's really what folks are paying attention to here in Pennsylvania. What will the white vote do outside of two things? What will white voters do outside of the suburbs in the major cities? And what will African Americans do in Philadelphia? The Harris campaign needs a big black turnout in Philadelphia in order to win this state.
I think that the black turnout in Philadelphia will be great. I think that black people in Pennsylvania will rally around Vice President Harris. I also think that white women, despite all the problems and amphetamines and curses, as Roberta Flack once said, despite all that, I think that they will rally as well. The choice issue is a huge issue, and I think that white women relate to Vice President Harris around that issue. But I also think that the economic issue is waning. People keep talking about inflation, but inflation numbers are down. People keep talking about employment, but unemployment numbers are down. And so I think that when people look at what's going on, they're not necessarily going to go Trump because they think he can handle the economy better. First of all, he didn't ever handle the economy better. You and I and the gatepost and the lamppost know that. However, what we do know is that many perceive him as an economic innovator. And what the numbers are showing now is that Biden-Harris has done a good job with these numbers. Now, of course, President Biden has his detractors and he's had his challenges, and let's just own them and not dwell on them. But the other piece of this is that Kamala Harris, as the vice president, has done a good job with her opportunity economy and with the things that she said, and brilliantly, frankly, Roland, and as you and I know, brilliantly with the economic plan that she put out there after the Democratic platform, which put her hand on the stage. So I think that if people are paying attention, they will vote, they will come around to Harris. But there are many who are not paying attention. There are many who have the tropes and the lies and the bull. I try not to curse on the air, so the bull. But there are many who have all of that messing with them. I am expecting that Philadelphia will go Harris for any number of reasons.
Well, Joy, listen, the emphasis on black vote in Philadelphia because they did not see the numbers in early voting that they wanted to see. And so there has been a very, very hard push into Philly to turn people out tomorrow on Election Day. And so what people are going to be looking for is what do those lines look like? What do those lines look like in terms of here in Philadelphia? That's what they're going to be watching for in the first 4 or 5 hours.
Is a real concern in Philadelphia. We know that there's a lot of excitement, but there are certain people who have been sort of outside of the process, feeling disaffected. Perhaps they might even be African Americans who are just feeling like they don't see themselves in this campaign. They're mad over old things, as we discussed earlier. But I think that we can't just put it all on Philly, and I appreciate that. That is essential. But this campaign has not simply done that. They haven't just left things to Philly. They said we're going to go everywhere in the state, and we're going to try to bring all of those people to the table to make up.
Hey, Joy. Sorry, Joy. I got to cut you off. We got to go to the stage. Freeway with Blaze is now about to perform. Let's go to the stage here in Philadelphia.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is... H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the up. I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROCO. Fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music biz #1 supplier. Fly it in a piece of paper bearing my name. Got the hottest chick in the game wearing my chain. That's right, not DOC, but similar to them letters. No one could do it better. I check cheddar like a food inspector. My homie Strick told me, dude, finish your breakfast. So that's what I'ma do. Take you back to the dude with the Lexus. Fast forward the jewels and the necklace. Let me tell you, dudes, what I do to protect this. Shoot at you actors like movie.
Wait a minute.
Turn my music high, 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 yeah.
And we're going to do this here. We're going to wait for the performance to come out. Let me, real quick, have Joy finish her comment. Joy, go ahead.
I was just saying, this has been we're going to every county. They aren't leaving anything. And so places that may not have seen Democrats before are going to see them now. And we're looking to get every little vote. That's just it. We're done with this putting all our eggs in one basket kind of BS. We don't want to curse on camera, but we're done with that. We want everyone. We know that if we pick up a little bit of everyone, that we have the makings of a winning campaign. But I will tell you this, we must watch those union voters who were not supportive of Harris, even though they were supportive of Biden before. We know what that's about. We know that's out there. We know that there are going to be some hidden Trump supporters. What we're also hoping is there are some hidden Harris supporters. Maybe they don't come out and they don't tell you what they're going to do. Maybe they don't come out and they don't say they're voting for her. Maybe they're women, mostly. Maybe there's some white men. But those are the voters. This is the first time we're going to see what it's like to have a Democratic candidate where people may not want to share that they're supporting her, but they are, in fact, doing so. That's my real hope for Pennsylvania.
All right.
We can't leave it all to Philly. But Philly, come on out.
All right. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Folks, we're going to go now to the stage. Freewaves now is performing. Let's go back to the stage live here in Philadelphia.
Back in the down. People going to keep hating and my clique going to keep grinding. Keep moving, locking the town. There's freeway in a place to be seen, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Yeah. You watch what you say to me, cause I got what it takes to make the whole place pay. It's BC in a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Yeah. Still rocking. Hold up. Now clap for me, mommy. Oh. Hey, just clap for me, mommy. Just blaze. Okay, yeah, free. Okay. Yeah, Wale. Tu quieres mujeres y se flow? Good side. My baby mama. Get wild. Okay. Freeway got the hood on smash. Pop and take. Step on gas and get ghost. Freeway got the club on lock. Step on stage. Shut it down. Leave with a brawl. Check for an age. Post up. Fans up. Circle the block. Call the cops. It's the rock in your area. Post up. Distribute to the block. Freeway moving to your area. Yeah. Block tried to shut me down. Top tried to shut me down. Haters wanna hit me up. But my block carry heavy rounds. Carry heavy rounds. Packed in a Chevy truck. What? You better ring the alarm before I chop that. You and your boys. Have black suits tucked on. You and your mom. Back to the song. Just wanna me and the boys. I things look good in the dark. And she want me to sneak in the building like Trojan and Troy. Let's believe it. It's involved. Has slipped over the boy. Oh boy. We rip crowds. Whole lot of volume and a little bit of faith. That's all it takes to make the place get wild. Whole lot of style and a little bit of cake. That's all it takes to make the cake. Flip side. Fouls and a little bit of bass. It's all it takes to make the block get wild. Car keys and a little bit of cheese is all it takes to make a lead. Holla at your boy. Philly, we in the building. Y'all know we here for a purpose, and that's to make sure we put the right person in office. So I need to see each and every one of y'all at the polls tomorrow. Listen, this next song that I'm about to do is dedicated to my son Jihad that I lost in 2020, my daughter Harmony that I lost in 2021, and my dad Big Leslie Pridgeon that I lost in 2022. Shout out to my brother Jay-Z and Beanie Siegel. It's the Philadelphia National Anthem. Let's go! Philly! For my kids. Everybody put your hands up. Okay. We still hustle till the sun come up. up, crack a 40 when the sun go down. It's a cold winter, yeah. Y'all people better bundle up. And I better be a hot summer. Grab a honey just to rock it down. You hot now, listen up. Don't you know Trump's sole purpose is to lock us down and throw away the king? But without this drug, the kids ain't got no way to eat. We still try to keep mom smiling, cause when the teeth start showing and the stomach start crawling and the heat start going, if you're from the hood, I know you still keep going. If my cheeks start cleaning and the heat stop working and my heat start working, I'm a person. Got your haters even while he out in the open, and I'ma get up. Keep blowing. We gotta raise our kids while we live and make a offer from out of prison up to Benny or Alexis, my boy and a rider. They talk reckless, then I hit you with the but I'm never snitching, I'm a rider. If my kids hungry, snatch the dishes out your kitchen. I'll be wildin' till they pick me out a rider. Y'all even know. We get that chop, rap about it, wild out, laugh about it. I'm not trying to visit the world, but freeway, move out to I sit with the Lord. To I get my ish together, clean up my sins. Freeway got it in lights in the morning, and I can get into your lights here while you yawning, man. Still deliver the order, man. I ain't talking about chicken and gravy, man. I'm talking about, passion for the half. You do the math. Swing past the school bus your daughter. She wanna roll with a thug that rap. You do the math. You don't blast till my stacks in order, man. I ain't even know what you do is wrong.
I go by the name of Philadelphia Freeway. This is my brother Just Blaze. Philadelphia, we love y'all. See y'all at the polls tomorrow.
Ciao tomorrow.
Please welcome the Roots.
Well, let's go back to the stage. Here is one of Philadelphia's top acts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Roots.
Jazzy Jeff.
Dear God, I'm trying hard to reach you. Dear God, I see your face in all I do.
Sometimes
it's so hard to believe it.
dear God,
But God,
I know.
you have your reasons.
Yeah. They said he's busy, hold the line, please. Call me crazy, I thought maybe he could mind read. Who does the blind lead? Show me a sign, please. If everything is made in China, are we Chinese? And why do haters separate us like we Siamese? Technology turning the planet into zombies. Everybody, all and everybody, dirty laundry. Hurricanes, earthquakes, terror things, tsunamis. Look, yeah. Robberies, they yelling stop, freeze, shoot them before we try to leave. Air quality so foul, I gotta try to breathe. Endangered species, we running out of trees. If I could hold the world in the palm of these hands, I would probably do away with these anomalies. Everybody checking for the new award nominees. Wars and apocalypse, look at all the prophecies. Ignoring the prophecy, more beef than broccoli. Top workers of me, weak world economy. Stock market toppling, mad marijuana, oxycontin, and Klonopin. Everybody out of it. Turn it up. Matter of fact.
Wait a minute.
Matter of fact, you know.
Wait a minute.
That's what I was saying.
Wait a minute.
That's what I was saying.
Tariq.
We home.
We are in Philadelphia right now.
Yeah.
We gotta energize these people.
We home.
We with Jazzy Jeff right now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
How y'all feel out there?
We're not gonna live in our fear right now. We're gonna live in the excitement that this is a historical night.
Word up.
We're on the precipice of history.
We elevating right now from a place of abundance, Philadelphia. Let's get every time let's go up. We going all the way up. Let me hear you say, I feel. Say real good. Say I feel. Real good. Let me hear you say, turn it up. Say turn it up. Say louder. Come on, louder. Turn it up.
Anyways, a ton, re-tease everybody, I'm a son of a gun. Black master of any trade under the sun. Talk sharp like a razor blade under the sun. Clear my path and come get your captain hunt. Try to breathe like black or collapse your lung. Young chump, you can choke off the web I spun. I done cleared them out with the thread I brung. You done heard about what said I'm from. What is it? Word of mouth or rule of thumb? Y'all better bow down, hear the ruler come. I'm a legend in the hood, out of who the lump. I'll throw it, put it down, be confusing. Some of y'all cats can't walk, watch you when you're coming on. What a keyboard guy. I'ma just have my mic. Go to war, can I give you any weapon you like? Give you something to run from, but soft your dumb, stop it. The hotness here's where it comes from. Philly worldwide phenomenon. Reinforcing that thing is my 9 to 5. When I finish making them recognize, getting out a few civilized women who trying to ride. You've been waiting on the ball to come off the wall. You wanna get the joint up off the wall. Just to see you smile and enjoy yourself. Even you in health, this for all of y'all. I'm quick on the draw like Black McGraw. Can't tell what y'all cats rapping for. My name G's, I'm back for more. See me getting more chips in a corner store. Got a portrait of Malcolm upon the wall. And I'm eating MCs like a carnivore. Matter of fact, don't ease back or you get harmed. Ring the horn and horn. When we go and perform, the first thing that'll move or disturb the groove I'ma have. Y'all flicks on the evening new. Play y'all part, get on y'all P's and Q's. And when y'all think thought, be prepared to lose and bring money to spend and money to lend. Bring worthwhile money, no 20s and 10s. Get took for your tuck right in front of your head. Who coulda helped you? It ain't none of your friends because the black fist under your chin. Your physical remains sound under the pen. I'm coming up in a place I'm coming to win. Going in for a minute, now I'm coming again. 3G. Y'all can chat, but y'all please proceed. When I'ma get back to y'all, please. Y'all really wanna get clapped, but all leaves my mic. You can take y'all strap when y'all leave. See the squad coming to place, they all freeze. Ice cold with his mellow cool breeze. MCs never showed Lordy yet. Cool hurt ain't never get a 40 check. I do work, no question. Bomb your set, calm collect. Sharp like my name Gillette. R.I.P. my main Gillette. Till I touch the mic, till he ain't seen danger yet. I'm a decorated vet, I got a regulator record. I'm a hemorrhagic, I'm a man, heavy me to check. When you look there, ask if I'm dedicated. When I sit as all down, get a minute, shit, I'm digging. Take the seats, I demonstrate a test. How to freak the beast so gangsta fresh. In it dump from the East Coast way out west. Big Black Willie from Philly, we the best. In the ring like shots in the project, New Year's Eve. When you in October yet, I'm a big money on a light Boba Fett. Y'all won't shell shocked in the soldier yet. It's a prize in my sights and war for it. Whoop, whoop, your food to the ultimate. I'm the culprit, what's the bulk of it? I'ma set it on a magnetic ultra tip. I get down, I'm supposed to get got. Nothing to lose, I'm killing it with no regrets. I'm like young LL, I'm hard as hell. Make the screw face like all the Mel. We all out on our own like Daddy LaBelle. We do with the force of the Lord, the faith to have. Yeah. Come on, do it. Say yeah. All right, buddy, get up. Get up. Come on. Let me hear you say yeah. Say I'm looking for Kamala people. Let's do it, y'all. Thank you so much.
Was the Roots performing here, of course. They, of course, well known here in Philadelphia to so many folks here. Lots to cover here, of course. We're waiting for so many other speakers. Oprah Winfrey's going to be here. Lady Gaga's performing. Ricky Martin's performing. Of course, Vice President Kamala Harris will be speaking here as well. Let me know, Control, let me know if y'all have the video ready. Vice President Kamala Harris was actually door knocking in Reading, Pennsylvania. This video was posted on social media a little while ago, and so look, she is doing everything that she can to win, and so she was there in Reading, Pennsylvania, and was traveling, knocking on some doors. I bet it was a big shock. All of a sudden you walk in, open your door, and the vice president is there. Well, that's what's been going on. And so she has been doing that. And so, again, lots of campaigning been happening here in Pennsylvania by the vice president, of course, by Democrats all across the country. They have been firing up the base in the 7 critical battleground states. And that's what the focus has been on. A little bit earlier, I told you we talked to boxing champion Clarissa Shields, a native of Michigan. Well, guess what? I got a chance to catch up with a native Texan who starred here in Michigan, in Michigan for the Detroit Lions. Of course, you know him as Megatron, Calvin Megatron Johnson. He has been a vocal supporter of Vice President Kamala Harris, and here is what he told me yesterday.
So first and foremost, there are a lot of athletes, former athletes, who say, you know what, I don't want to get involved in politics, don't want to do any sort of things. Why was it important for you to put it on the line and stand up for Vice President Kamala Harris?
Man, it's obviously Kamala, she is obviously our nominee, but it goes beyond that, man. It goes where we are as a society. You know, it goes where the leader that our children are looking up to. It goes to women's rights and the various communities, you know, that are cast down. You know, and I feel like me myself is someone like to step up for people that don't have a voice. You know, and I mean that's what the platform is for that I've garnered over the years. You know, to be able to go out and do things like this when the time is necessary. So to be able to go out for small businesses and like I say, I obviously spoke to people of color. You know, it's of the utmost importance to be able to be a shining light just for those, even like we're talking about over here, the people that don't realize the power that they have just to go out and vote. You have a lot of power. We have people in this community that have a lot of power. They don't realize it, but they got a loud voice and they can make it heard.
What do you say to that young brother or sister who was thinking about sitting on the couch, who believes that my vote doesn't matter, it means nothing? What do you say to them?
I'll say to those people that think that their vote does not matter, there's probably another tens of thousands of people that have that same thought. But think about those tens of thousands of people go out and vote. They make a change.
Folks, at that same event, I chatted with Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, big-time progressive, and so she shared her thoughts on the state of this race in Michigan. Polls are tight. Obviously, Michigan is critical. And so how do you feel about this state for Harris Walsh?
I feel really good about it. I feel like we have been doing the work. People have been out in the streets. And I see a change even from 3 weeks ago to today where people are really understanding what's at stake. And they know that Donald Trump is not going to lift our lives up. He's going to destroy people's lives in all kinds of ways. And people are excited about Kamala Harris, both the history-making nature and her very specific plans for how she's going to invest in housing and care, in lifting people up and bringing us together instead of this divisiveness and this hate, xenophobia, racism, sexism that Donald Trump is spreading.
When you look at a lot of the polls that have come out, tremendous turnout among young women of color.
Yes, absolutely, and that's a lot of what I've been doing has been going out to voters of color, and particularly women who, and women of color who really see the intersectionality of what's happening, right? It's not like, as a woman of color, I'm not a mom on Monday, a woman on Tuesday, an immigrant on Wednesday, a worker on Thursday. I'm all of those things all of the time. And so young women of color are fired up. They are ready to save our democracy. They election be meaningful because the picture looks better is that they actually see their own futures differently because she is there. So if you're middle class, you can see yourself in Kamala Harris. If you've been a McDonald's worker, you can see yourself. If you're a woman of color, you can see yourself. An immigrant or a child of an immigrant, you can see yourself. And that is a really beautiful thing. And it's, you see the energy everywhere.
You're clearly one of the leading progressives in a House. But what are you also saying to so many progressives in this state, especially Muslims, Arab Americans, who are upset what's happening in Gaza? That's a huge voting bloc. And so what are you saying to them? Because some say they want to penalize the Democratic Party. But the opposite side is Trump, who wants to deport Muslims.
Yes, this is what I've been spending a lot of time on because I have a lot of credibility on this issue. I have been one of the most vocal calling for a ceasefire, one of the earliest calling for a ceasefire and a change in U.S. policy. And so there's a lot of pain and grief, rightly so, with a lot of our communities, Arab, Muslim, even young Americans in general, people who are pro-peace. But for the Arab and Muslim communities in particular, they're pulling family members out of rubble. It is painful. And I've just been so moved by their willingness to think about how do we move forward. And if the goal is just to punish Democrats by voting third party, which draws from Democrats, not from Trump, or staying home, that the consequence of that will actually be that we depress our ability to organize for sustained power. Because we're not going to win policy change unless we can organize for sustained power for the Muslim and Arab and pro-peace communities. So I've been saying to people, let's not think about whether or not Kamala Harris is perfect on the issue. We know that I have disagreements with her around that, and I've been public about it. Let's think about who gives us the opportunity to have the most fertile ground to organize under, and that is Kamala Harris. Donald Trump will empower Netanyahu the same way he did the first time around. He was the one who moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He is the one who expanded settlements and put a U.S. ambassador in place who has monetary interests in settlement expansion. He is the one that put Rudy Giuliani up on stage, who said that Palestinians are bred to be terrorists and kill us at the age of 2. So Donald Trump is going to be terrible for our community.
Commercial. Get the Don Winslow campaign commercial.
To win this movement. He's going to strip voting rights from black Americans. He's going to mass deport immigrants. He is going to strip our reproductive freedoms. We need to build a bigger coalition, and the Democratic Party is the only place where there is actually a real discussion about changing policy in the Middle East. There is none of that discussion in the Republican Party. But in the Democratic Party, we are having that very real conversation. We can organize for that sustained power if we get Kamala Harris into the White House.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, folks, so it was great catching up with her on yesterday. Now, when I was in Flint, I chatted with Judith Brown Dianis, of course, who leads the Advancement Project. And let me tell you something, folks. Our civil rights organization, they have been battling in the courts, fighting with the Republicans when it comes to all of the trickery that they are involved in. And here's what Judith had to say about those efforts. All right, Judith, 3 days, election day, and if there's one thing that we're already seeing, Republicans are going to do all they can to cheat, to try to take this election, and it's real. Let's talk about, again, what is happening with civil rights groups and legal groups, because it's a major battle that people are gearing up for.
Well, first of all, we're in court now. You know, we were just in court in Virginia. We lost that case. First of all, what we need to know is that Republicans, their tool of voter suppression this year is to get voters off the rolls. Either they're going to do it through purges, and then they have these outside groups that are challenging people's eligibility. So in Virginia, we sued. There's 1,600 people that were taken off the rolls inappropriately, unlawfully. The Supreme Court doesn't care about the law, Roland. Right? So what we learned is this election has to be decisive because we don't need it to be in the courts. So they're doing that. They're going to the polls and taking people up. And then after the election, we're going to see challenges through certification.
Absolutely.
So, so the civil rights community, we've been fighting.
Right.
You know, we are busy as hell. We're going to be watching the polls on election day. We're going to be out I'm going to be in Georgia, people in Pennsylvania, all that. We're ready. We're ready. We're going to keep fighting.
I saw a story, as I flew in today, I saw this story where they caught a Georgia official talking on a hot mic, hey, well, we might do this, we might do that. I mean, so they're already sitting here saying, oh, yeah, we might not just certify, because, again, they want this thing to go to the House of Representatives.
That's right. So we have a case in Virginia, in fact, where we sued because two Board of Elections who are deniers said we're not certifying the election unless we get a hand count, which is against the law in Virginia. They're just like, we're not doing it, right? And so they're setting it up with the stories, the false stories about voter fraud, so that they can take it to the courts,
right,
because they packed the courts, right? So that's why people need to understand it's about who we elect and then who they appoint to the courts. So we're just going to keep fighting to the end. We're going to, hope that some of these courts go the right way, that they understand the law.
Yep.
But, I mean, it's going to be all in, but that's why we're saying turn out to vote so we don't have to go to the courts.
Right, and that's the thing. At the end of the day, you win by a wide enough margin, then they can't challenge it in court.
Look, 2000, it was 537 votes. So for us to hear people say my vote doesn't count, it was 537 votes that put Bush in the White House. So every vote counts. We need everybody to turn out. We need to make sure if you vote provisional, because that's the other thing, is they're going to put people into provisional ballots. And then you have like 3 days to bring in information. You got to do that work.
Right.
They're trying to put the barriers up because they know how important this election is. So we're going to jump over every barrier. We're going to fight till the end, and every vote's going to count.
All right. We appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks a bunch. All right, folks. One of the people who has really been campaigning hard is Michigan Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, his wife Ellen. So when we go to the break, we're going to come back, share with you what they had to say at their home where they had Black Women for Harris who were phone banking on Saturday in Detroit. Folks, we're live in Philadelphia here for Vice President Kamala Harris's closing rally, trying to organize folks to get them out to vote tomorrow. The election day is tomorrow, Tuesday, November 5th, and it's the end of the campaign. No more speeches, no more ads, no more talk. It's all about getting the vote out. We'll be right back on the Black Star Network.
Bob and I both voted for Donald Trump.
I voted for him twice.
Okay,
I won't
all right,
vote
Carol,
for him again.
so listen.
January 6th was a wake-up call for me.
Donald Trump divides people. We've already seen what he has to bring.
He didn't do anything to help us. Kamala Harris, she cares about the American people. I think she's got the wherewithal to make a difference. I've never voted for a Democrat.
Yes, we're both lifelong Republicans.
The choice is very simple.
I'm voting for Kamala.
I am voting for Kamala Harris.
IVF is a miracle for us because it allowed us to have our family. After having my daughter, I wanted more children, but my embryo transfer was canceled 8 days before the procedure. Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade stopped us from growing the family that we wanted. I don't want politicians telling me how or when I can have a baby. We need a president that will protect our rights, and that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Disastrous, alarming, a plan that shreds American values. That's what independent news sources and conservatives are saying about a proposal from right-wing extremists called Project 2025. It would threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs created by the Clean Energy Plan, give massive tax breaks to big oil, and roll back protections that keep corporations from poisoning our water with toxic chemicals. Project 2025, a dream for them, a disaster for you.
Her blanket.
First of all, I'm the one that got rid of Roe v. Wade.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion?
There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion. It's all they talk about, abortion. You will no longer be abandoned, lonely, or scared. You will no longer have anxiety. You will be protected, and I will be your protector.
Melanie Campbell, National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and Black Women's Roundtable. You've got one vote. Use it. Power of the ballot.
All right, folks, welcome back to Philadelphia. We are here. We've been broadcasting live for the last, 2.5 hours. This is one of the 8 rallies the Harris-Walz campaign is having across the country. A number of entertainers have been here. Jasmine Sullivan has already performed. Freeway performed. You've had speakers. You've got lots more lined up. Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey. It's going to be an amazing, folks. In fact, well, I'm going to do this here. We're actually going to see it. So we're going to shoot some video, and then we're going to actually play it a little bit later. I want y'all to see how this crowd has changed. I rolled earlier when I walked through showing y'all what was here. But, man, it is an unbelievable crowd here in Philadelphia. And so we're going to show that for you a little bit later. But let's do this right here. A lot of ads have been dropping. People have been getting it in. The Harris campaign dropped this commercial featuring actor Ron Perlman. Let's roll it.
Look at my African American.
That was not it. So let's do this here. Let's roll the Harrison Ford. Let's roll the Harrison Ford commercial.
Look, I've been voting for 64 years. Never really wanted to talk about it very much. But when dozens of former members of the Trump administration are sounding alarms, saying, for God's sake, don't do this again, you have to pay attention. They're telling us something important. These aren't soft people. They're governors, generals, standing up against the leader of the party they spent their lives advocating for. For many of them, this will be the first time they've ever voted for someone who doesn't have an R next to their name, because they know this really matters. The truth is this: Kamala Harris will protect your right to disagree with her about policies or ideas. And then, as we have done for centuries, we'll debate them, we'll work on them together, and we'll move forward. The other guy, he demands unquestioning loyalty, says he wants revenge. I'm Harrison Ford. I've got one vote, same as anyone else, and I'm going to use it to move forward. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
All right, folks, the live stream here is starting in Philadelphia. Let's go to DJ Cassidy.
Tonight, we come together to organize for freedom, to organize for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I'd like to welcome you all to Election Eve, live from the birthplace of America, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tonight, we come together to organize for freedom, to organize for the future. This weekend alone, 90,000 volunteers knocked on over $3 million in all battleground states, including right here in Pennsylvania. Now, we're knocking on the door of Election Day, ready to elect the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Tomorrow, we get out the vote. Tomorrow, we begin a new chapter in the American story. Tomorrow, we elect a president for all Americans. Tomorrow, we send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. But first, we've got a very special night ahead. This is a night we are going to remember for the rest of our lives, before the most important election of our lives. Because tonight, we invite you to take part in the biggest Get Out the Vote rally in campaign history. We are here in the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection. And we are joined by thousands of our brothers and sisters, our friends and family, and our fellow Americans spread across the country. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Georgia, Raleigh, North Carolina, Phoenix, Arizona, Las Vegas, Nevada, and last but not least, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for our next Vice President? I said, are you ready for our next Vice President? Well, let's kick it up and jump it up to the Great Lakes, where earlier this evening, Wisconsin heard from two of America's teachers, Adrian Calvert, and the next Vice President of the United States, Governor Tim Walz. So let's make some noise as I pass the mic to Milwaukee.
What's up, Milwaukee? I am Adrian Calvert, and as a teacher, I know this election is about our future. And tomorrow, we're going forward with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Kamala Harris has the vision to lead this country. And in selecting Tim Walz, she showed that she has the judgment too. So, with that being said, he solves problems, inspires others to do their best, and fights for working families. Milwaukee, can you help him continue the fight in the White House? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Are you ready for the next Vice President of the United States? Let me hear it. Let me hear it. Good. All right, everybody, let's give a warm welcome to Tim Walz.
Small town, and I live in a small town. Every day in a small town, oh, small communities. All my friends live in a small town. My parents live in the same small town.
Wow.
Well, thank you to Adrian, a fellow teacher, for the kind introduction. And can we give it up to three of the best public servants in America, Governor Tony Evers, Senator Tammy Baldwin, Congresswoman Gwen Moore. send Gwen and Tammy back to Washington. Hello, Milwaukee. I want to start tonight by thanking the love of my life, my wife, Gwen. And I'm grateful to my two kids, Hope and Gus, for coming along on this amazing journey. And I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out. You could have been anywhere tonight. You all showed up here tonight because you love America. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, as you probably know, there's a little election tomorrow. We get an opportunity tomorrow to shape the future for generations to come. We get the chance to elect a new generation of leadership and have Kamala Harris lead us in a new way forward. Now we're running like everything's on the line because it is. Look, what an incredible journey this last 107 days has been. Look at the movement that Kamala has built in that short amount of time. Now imagine what she'll do in 4 years. And I got to tell you, one of the best parts of this is she has brought back the joy to our politics. Look, this is a pretty amazing journey for me too. A kid from Butte, Nebraska, and a kid from Oakland, California, now find themselves with the opportunity tomorrow to become the next president and vice president of the United States. I can't tell you how proud I am to be on this ticket with Kamala. From her very first day, from a prosecutor to a district attorney, to the attorney general of the largest state in the nation, to a United States senator, and to vice president, she has had one client the entire time: the people of this country. This is a servant leader who stood up for women and children against predators and abusers. She stood up with seniors and workers against fraudsters and big corporate interests. And she stood with families and communities against transnational gangs and traffickers. And she never once hesitated to work across the aisle to improve the lives of Americans. When people came to her asking for help, she didn't ask if they were Democrat or Republicans. She simply said, "How can I help?" Now look, we get an opportunity together to build an economy that if you work hard, you don't just get by, you get ahead. And let's be clear about this. It does not matter if you're from a red state or a blue state, a big city or a small town. Everyone gets the shot to succeed in this country. That's a fight I'm proud to be part of. Look, I grew up in rural Nebraska. Population 400. Had 24 kids in my class, a bunch of cousins in there. But the thing you learn when you grow up in that small town is you understand what it means to take care of your neighbor. Same thing that happens when you grow up in a big town. You start to understand that you're neighbors and it matters, and we're all in this together, working towards the common good. Those are the values that animated Kamala and my service. That's the values that after tomorrow, we'll be able to take to the White House for the rest of this country. And you saw on the National Mall what a president looks like and sounds like. When she said she wants to be a president for all Americans, those who vote for us and those who don't. She and I both come from the middle class. We've lived this experience. We'll be relying on that experience every single day in the White House. That's why she said from day one, she'll be focused on lowering the cost of living for families and put more money back in the pockets of middle-class Americans. An opportunity agenda that makes housing more affordable, makes it easier to start a small business, makes it easier to care for our loved ones, and yeah, make this country more free. When Kamala and I talk about freedom, we mean the people should be free to make their own decisions about health care and who they love, not politicians. The freedom for our seniors to retire with dignity by strengthening Social Security and Medicare. And yeah, as a teacher and a dad, the freedom to send our kids to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classroom. Look, Wisconsin, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. Kamala's a gun owner. We know we can uphold the Second Amendment, which we've always done, while also upholding our first responsibility, our children and their safety. Let me speak to the guys in this room. I want you to think about the women in your life that you love. Their lives are literally at stake in this election. More than 20 states now have abortion bans, and our daughters and those loved ones you're thinking of now have fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers. When Congress passes a law to restore the right to choose, to make Roe the law of the land, President Harris will sign it into law. Because Kamala has said it, and we all know it. We are not going back. We are not going back, folks. So, Milwaukee, I'm here today on behalf of Kamala Harris and myself to humbly ask you for your votes. Elections tomorrow, and we're not taking anything for granted. Look, I did it for too many years to pass up the chance on this one. We're in the last 2 minutes of this game. This thing's tied, but we got the damn ball. We got the ball. We got the best quarterback in Kamala Harris. And we got the best team with the people right here in this room. There's gonna be a time, folks, as we get that last yard done, as we get this thing over. But here's the thing, I'll tell you what an opportunity in our time to be living in this moment, to be able to influence not just 4 years, but 40 years, to make a difference in people's lives, to improve their lives. And there's going to come a time for all of you. I know if you're young, you're not thinking it, but it will come. You're going to be sitting in that rocking chair on your porch, and you're going to be rocking away. And a little one's going to come up. They just came from school where they're learning the history of the 2024 presidential election in the United States. And they're going to wonder, what did you do during that election when you protected the American experiment, when the rule of law held, when the Constitution was the law of the land, when dictators and division and darkness were thrown out, and unity and hopeful and a new way forward were in. When everything was on the line, when that little one asked you, what did you do during that election? You're going to be able to answer, every damn thing I could. Every damn thing. 24 hours, Milwaukee, to a better future. 24 hours to President Harris. 24 hours to make a difference. So I know this state knows a little something about winning. So here's my ask of you. Wisconsin, win this thing for America. Let's go. Let's go.
small town.
Welcome the next Vice President Kamala.
We have a Minnesota saying, we all do better when we all do better.
That's what we're talking about when we talk about a new way forward. On behalf of every American, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, come on, we got business to handle. Hardworking, joyful work.
Sleep when you're dead.
And when we fight, we win.
Coach of the Year right there, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the next Coach of the Year right there, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the next. It's time to travel across the state to the Steel City itself, where my friend Cedric the Entertainer is live and ready to kick this party up a notch. So let's make some noise as I pass the mic to Pittsburgh.
And television host, Cedric the Entertainer.
Hello, Pittsburgh! What's up? Y'all looking good, man. You're beautiful people tonight. How y'all feeling? You know, guys, our stories are different, but our purpose is already shared. Man, oh, my podium is off, man. It's deep. I'm sorry, my podium, my words are really far from me now, so that wasn't supposed to happen. That's all good. What's up, y'all? Let's go. Hey, and look, our stories are different, but our purpose is shared, all right? We are here to be a part of the change. Y'all know that. We are here to choose a better future. We are here to elect Kamala Harris as the next president. Because America is ready for a new generation of leadership. A president who fights for the people, who leads with joy, who takes no nonsense. Talking about she's standing on business, y'all. A president who stands for freedom, justice, and opportunity. She is not a demagogue, and yet she is not demure. Is a president who sees in us, like Kamala Harris says, good people, hard-working people. A president who will lift us up and strengthen us by all of our communities, who will walk the walk and for all the citizens of this country and leave a better future for our daughters. So tonight, let's dance. And tomorrow, let's make history. Now, please help me welcome the next President of the United States. Y'all show some love, Kamala Harris.
Keep on running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves. Hello, Pittsburgh! Hey, everybody. Can we hear it from Cedric the Entertainer? Hey, everyone. We're doing this. Pittsburgh! Are we ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? Oh, it is good to be here tonight with all these leaders. I thank you all so very much. I want to thank Representatives Lee, DeLuzio. Let's send them back to the U.S. House of Representatives. Please send Bob Casey back to the United States Senate. And I thank everyone for being here and taking the time out of your busy lives to be here this evening. I love you back. I love you back. I love you back. All right, so Pittsburgh, this is it. Tomorrow is Election Day. Tomorrow is Election Day. And the momentum is on our side. Campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next President of the United States. But we still got some work to do, because look, the race is not over and we must finish strong. So listen, here's the thing about the hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're done. We're exhausted with it. And Pittsburgh, we are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because America is ready for a fresh start. And we are ready for a president who knows the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it is based on who you lift up. And instead of stewing over an enemy's list, I will spend every day working on my to-do list, full of priorities to improve your life, because ours is not a fight against something. It is a fight for something. It is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. So, America, I am asking for your vote. I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. And we are not going back. And here's the thing, guys. We are fighting for a democracy. We are fighting for a democracy. And in a democracy, true leadership understands that the leader listens to the experts and listens to people who disagree with them. I will listen to people who disagree with me because I do not believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. In fact, I will give them a seat at the table. That is what real leaders do. That is what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So, Pittsburgh, that is my pledge to you. And to you I ask then, who here has a plan to vote? Fantastic. Okay, so help spread the word then. Polls are open here in Pennsylvania tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. You know that. Go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including where and when to vote and where to drop off your mail ballot, because we need everyone to vote, Pennsylvania. You will make the difference in this election. You will make the difference. And friends, listen, we are all here together because we love our country. We love our country, and when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism. I love you back. Love you back. And one of the highest forms of our love of our country is to then fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So Pittsburgh, listen, we got one day left to get this done. So now we work to get out the vote. Let's reach out in these next 24 hours to family and friends and classmates and neighbors and coworkers. And as we do that, let us really be true to what our campaign has been about from the very start. And on that, I say, please let us be intentional about building community. Let us be intentional about building coalitions. Because here's the thing, so much about these last several years has been about trying to make people point their fingers at each other, to have Americans point their fingers at each other, to try and make people feel alone or feel small. But let us do the work as we work toward this win of building up community and coalition and reminding everyone that we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let that be our goal. And let us remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So one last time, Pittsburgh, I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
Keep on running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves. I'm telling these tears go and fall away, fall away. Oh, may the last one burn into flames. Freedom, freedom.
Please welcome global pop superstar Katy Perry.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress,
whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, Dave.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Michael McMillan, President and CEO of the Urban League of Metropolitan St. Louis. You have just one vote, so you need to use it.
Just wanna throw my phone away. Find out who is really there for me. You ripped me off, your love was cheap, was always tearing at the seams. I felt deep, you let me drown, but that was then, and this is now. Now look at us. Tony?
Don't go anywhere because she's on her way right here to Philly. Now tonight, I've got freedom on my mind. I've got the future on my mind. I've got Georgia on my mind. You see, while our democracy was born here in Philadelphia, it grew because people rose up and spoke up across our country. Nobody knows that better than Atlanta, the cradle of the civil rights movement. Now to kick things off down south, please make some noise for our next speaker. a student at Spelman College and a first-time voter. Live from the ATL, I pass the mic to Sage Allen.
Please welcome to the stage, first-time voter in a presidential election, Sage Allen.
Hello, Georgia. I'm Sage Allen. I'm a senior at Spelman College, and this will be the first time that I vote for a president, and it means a lot to me, and not just because I'm voting for an HBCU grad. Vice President Kamala Harris will usher in a new generation of politics, one that includes young Black women like me and so many others. She will be a light and breathe new life into our politics the same way our next performers are going to liven up this stadium. Let's give it up for the Morehouse House of Funk Marching Band.
Please welcome to the stage, Senator Warnock.
Well, hello, Georgia. I've got a question for you. Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris? Brothers and sisters, we have a long night ahead of us tomorrow, but the scripture tells us that joy comes in the morning. I know that's true, especially if Georgia has anything to do with it. Joy comes in the morning. We say this from experience. We know what Georgia did in 2020. We know what Georgia did for the country in 2021. We know what Georgia did in 2022. And because I'm a Georgian, I've got to put it like this: we fixing to do it again. We save this country we love. And Georgia's getting ready to deliver for the whole nation. You ready to get this done? But listen, Georgia, while we are heartened by the robust early vote turnout, we've got to keep voting. This race will be won by the margin of our effort. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children. And our prayers are stronger when we pray together. Are you ready to pray with your lips and your legs, your hands and your feet? We do this work because we desire a nation that lives up to that grand American ideal, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. And we desire a real leader. People who have no vision traffic in division. They don't know how to lead us, so they're trying to divide us. We need a real leader. A leader who sees us. A leader who fights for us. A leader who looks out for us. All of us. Because we're not going back, we're going forward. And so I know it's been a long road. But let me tell you, every now and then I grow tired. And when I grow tired and weary, because I'm a preacher, I look up. And I'd love to tell you that when I look up, I see some lofty vision written across the milky deep. But all I see is birds flying by. But I like to see geese, because geese fly in a V formation. V is for victory. And the one out front is actually working the hardest, because you can't take people where you're not willing to go. But every now and then, the one out front grows tired. And when he grows tired, he just moves further back into the formation, and she moves up and takes his place. And geese do that without an insurrection. Geese do that without shutting the whole geese government down, because geese understand that my individual location is not as important as our collective destination. We must rise together. And in order to do that, we must vote together. We must work together. We must serve together. And together, we're going to deliver tomorrow the whole future for all of our children. God bless you, Georgia. Let's get this thing done.
We are witnessing a full-on attack on hard-fought freedoms. Think about what you're trying to do to me. The freedom to vote. Let your mind go, let yourself be free. The freedom not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body. We're not going back. Are you ready to make your voices heard?
Please welcome to the stage Avery Davis.
Hi, my name is Avery Davis Bell. I am a genetics researcher at Georgia Tech, a mom, and a proud Atlantan. Weeks ago, I was pregnant with my very wanted second baby. Early on, I had some pregnancy complications. Then at 18 weeks, I started hemorrhaging. This was 2 weeks ago. At the hospital, my doctors were clear. My water had broken prematurely. My baby would not survive. And what was happening could kill me. Thank you. Because of Georgia's extreme abortion ban, my doctors had to ignore their years of training and wait until I was near enough to death to intervene. No doctor should be put in that situation. No mother, no family should either. An abortion ban nearly took my life. My worst day was made much harder. But Kamala Harris has a plan. She will fight to protect our rights over our own bodies and to protect our healthcare workers. This loss is still so very fresh for me and my family, but I am here today anyway because our lives depend on it. Thank you.
For sharing your story. And thank you to the Morehouse Marching Band. Atlanta is certainly going to turn out to the polls tomorrow, as are we all. The South is ready to elect Kamala Harris. The organizing is real. The energy is electric. So let's keep it down south as we raise up and pass the mic to the rally in Raleigh, where you're about to hear from an organizer helping us win this election. Live from North Carolina, I pass the mic to Gabriella Johns.
Like it.
Please welcome Gabriella Johns.
That you can be becoming.
Raleigh, how we feeling? From Murphy to Manio, here in North Carolina, we've been building a ground game like no other. Since Kamala has first entered this race, we have knocked over 1.7 million doors. But the clock's not up. And we need your help, knocking on doors, making phone calls, and mobilizing in our communities. If we take the energy in this room right now and put it towards going out and voting tomorrow, we can send Vice President Kamala Harris to the White House. So right now, I want you to take out your phone, open up the browser, and type in go.kamalaharris.com and pledge to do your part. And it's important to talk to everyone in your life and to make sure that tomorrow they know how, where, and when to vote. Because we are not taking a single vote for granted. Every vote matters. This is a movement by Americans who put country over party. And that's why our campaign has proudly welcomed folks from the other side of the aisle, like our next speaker. Please join me welcoming Scott Peoples.
Sup, North Carolina? It is an honor to be with you all here today. As a veteran of the 82nd Airborne at Fort Liberty and a proud Tar Heel, I took an oath to defend our Constitution against all threats, foreign and domestic. And although I am a former lifelong Republican, when I saw the assault at the Capitol and our peaceful transfer of power, I knew where I had to stand. That's why I am proud to vote for Kamala Harris, a leader who will unite us and fight for our veterans. And now, it is my privilege to introduce North Carolina's governor, a fighter for our rights and our future, Governor Roy Cooper!
We're almost there. But I want you to know that on the eve of this election, I'm not just thinking about Kamala, our fantastic candidate. I'm thinking about Kamala, my friend, and how she embodies everything good about politics and government. She's committed her life to fighting for everyday people. There is a reason that every courtroom she entered into as a prosecutor, she introduced herself as Kamala Harris, for the people. Above all else, she's a public servant, and a great one. Trust me, we go back almost 15 years together when we were state attorneys general. When the big banks were ripping off homeowners, she took them on. When the drug cartels were poisoning our streets, she stood up to them. When the scam artists were defrauding people of their hard-earned money, she exposed them. Kamala Harris gets the job done for the people. Now, guys, we're going to face a lot of challenges over the next 4 years. Good thing we have one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. And you know, it doesn't matter who you are or even who you vote for, Kamala Harris will fight for you. For families who need better health care or an affordable place to live. For parents who want better schools for their kids. For workers who are worried about a secure retirement. For our allies around the world wondering if America will have your back. For women who deserve the freedom to make decisions about their own bodies. Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. So, guess what, guys? I know this because I talked to her. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to fight for Kamala like she'll fight for us? All right, there's only one day left. So, are we going to knock on doors? Are we going to get people to the polls? Are we going to vote like our democracy and our freedoms depend on it? Are we going to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States? You bet we are. Let's go get him, guys. Let's go get him. Thank you very much.
Please welcome the multi-platinum Grammy Award-winning Sugarland.
We are so proud to be here with you tonight and to celebrate and support Kamala Harris. Let's have fun. Well, 5 years, and there's no doubt that I'm burned out. I've had enough. So now, boss man, here's my 2 weeks. I'll make it short and sweet, so listen up. Well, I go to work my life away, but why? I got things to do before I die. There's gotta be something more, gotta be more than this. I need a little less hard time, I need a little more bliss. I wanna take my chances, taking a chance I might find what I'm looking for. There's gotta be something more. Some believe in destiny, some believe in fate, but I believe that happiness is something we create. And you best believe I'm not gonna wait, 'cause there's gotta be something more. For the ladies, I get home 7:30. The house is dirty, but it can wait. Yeah, 'cause right now I need some downtime to drink some red wine and celebrate. Yeah, Armageddon could be knocking at my door, but I ain't gonna answer, that's for sure. There's gotta be something more, gotta be more than this. I need a little less hard time, I need a little more bliss. I wanna take my chances, taking a chance I might find what I'm looking for. Gotta be something more, gotta be something more. Got to be Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How about a big hand by the
Raleigh
way
is
for
so
Miss
on
Remy
fire
Wolf?
Now, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I want to see who can match that energy. When I call your city, I want to hear you all the way across the nation. I want to feel you all across the country. Now let's start with our neighbors in the Steel City. Pittsburgh, I know you're gonna rock the polls tomorrow. Milwaukee, I know you're gonna turn out tomorrow. Atlanta, are you ready to make history? Vegas, I know you're ready to make history tomorrow. Phoenix, I know you're ready to rock the boat. And let's end it here on the Rocky Steps in Liberty City, Philadelphia. If you're gonna make history tomorrow, Philly, let me hear you make some noise. The people have spoken, and the people are ready to elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. Now let's throw it back to the desert for our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the mayor of Mesa, Arizona, John Giles.
Please welcome Mayor John Giles, the Honorable Gabby Giffords, and Senator Mark Kelly.
Thank you so much. Many years ago, I spent an amazing summer as an intern for John McCain when I was a young law student. He is the reason I got involved in the Republican Party. I've always remembered how he taught us to put country over party. So, tomorrow, this lifelong Republican is excited to vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I know that they will put country first when they're in the White House. These last 4 years, Vice President Harris and the administration have reached across the aisle and delivered for my conservative community and countless like it. In Mesa, I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week. That's right. All across Arizona, they've created new jobs, built new infrastructure, and so much more. In the White House, Kamala will build on that progress. She's committed to being a president for all Americans. And in order to make that happen, she'll include Republicans in her administration and convene bipartisan experts to solve our problems. She knows that the strength of our country has got to be the first priority. And if you agree, if you're ready for a new generation of leadership, if you're ready to put adults in the room, if you're ready, then tomorrow, no matter your party, I urge you to join us in choosing patriotism over politics, unity over division, and country over party. Join us in standing up for the rule of law, for the Constitution, for our democracy. Join us in voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And now it is my huge honor to introduce two Arizonans who exemplify public service and patriotism. Please join me in welcoming Senator Mark Kelly and Representative Gabby Giffords.
I've known the darkest of days of pain and uncertain recovery. But confronted by despair, I've summoned hope. Confronted by paralysis and aphasia, I responded with grit and determination. I put one foot in front of the other. I put one foot in front of the other. I found one word and then I found another. My recovery is a daily fight, but fighting makes me stronger. Words once came easily. Today I struggle to speak, but I've not lost my voice. America needs all of us to speak out, even when you have to fight to find the words. I'm also in a second fight, the fight to stop gun violence. It's also a fight forged by tragedy and pain, a fight that can change lives. We are at a crossroads. We can let the shooting continue, or we can act. We can protect our families, our future. We can vote. We can be on the right side of history. Please join us in this fight. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gabby, you amaze me every day. Folks, tomorrow's election is going to be historic. And history shows us that big things happen when we do them together. I've flown into space 4 times. And I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once, did I do that by myself. It took a team of people to accomplish a mission. It always does. That's why teams of organizers have been getting out the vote, because they know that every vote and every voice matters. Across Arizona, volunteers are talking to their neighbors because they know Kamala Harris will cut taxes for the middle class and lower the cost of groceries, housing, and prescription drugs. At the University of Arizona, one young woman after another told me they were voting for the very first time to protect the freedom to make their own decisions about their own bodies. And in Phoenix last week, I met iron workers who are supporting Kamala Harris because she's bringing back American manufacturing and good union jobs. And across the country, patriotic Americans are finding their voting locations at iwillvote.com. Because they know that we're going to win this election the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier, as one team on one mission. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So tomorrow, together, let's prove it once again. Folks, there is so much at stake. Democracy, healthcare, reproductive freedom. And that's why the Harris campaign launched the Fighting for Reproductive Freedom bus tour. And this bus has crisscrossed the country. 84 stops, 15 states, 3,500 miles to let people know exactly what's on the ballot. Let's take a look.
What's your name? I'm gonna let you run that. Thanks, guys. They want to hop on the bus. Let's go win this thing for public. You were great today, and you count the doors. When we vote,
por su gente.
En Oakland ella es nacida, hija también de inmigrantes, la señora presidenta. Kamala Harris su nombre, su madre es de la India, su padre es de Jamaica. Liderazgo y visión es la que ya no le falta, la señora presidenta. De luchar nunca se cansa, creció mirando al pueblo batallar por un futuro mejor. Ella también es del pueblo y para su pueblo tiene mucho amor. Que se escuche fuerte y claro una voz, juntos vamos a avanzar. La señora presidenta es un claro ejemplo, se puede lograr. Señora presidenta Kamala Harris, junto con usted ponemos nuestra confianza, nuestra fe y nuestra esperanza. Gracias por luchar por su pueblo, por sus sueños, por cada uno del pueblo y por un futuro mejor, por ese pueblo que la vio crecer y la vio. Por un futuro mejor. ¡Viva Kamala Harris! God bless America. Creció mirando al pueblo batallar por un futuro mejor. Ella también es del pueblo y para su pueblo tiene mucho amor. Que se escuche fuerte y claro una voz, juntos vamos a avanzar. La señora presidenta es un claro ejemplo, se puede lograr.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias al original Band de Limón de Salvador Lizárraga, muy contentos de participar y estar en este bonito escenario. Muchísimas gracias. Unidos a la causa, aprovechando el momento y los medios, queremos exhortar a toda la gente que vaya a votar, no se quede sin votar. Seguimos con la música, una canción muy clásica del original, se llama La Leña de Pirul, para todos ustedes, y dice... ¡Has!
Now if that bus can travel 3,500 miles to fight for our rights, I know we can make it to the polls tomorrow. Now I've been passing the mic around the country, but it's time to bring it home for some Motown Philly love. Ladies and gentlemen of Philadelphia, get up, stand up, and give it up for your governor, Josh Shapiro!
What's up, Philly? You all look so good tonight. Let me say, I am so proud to be your governor. And every single day, I'm working for you to advance the cause of real freedom and to get shit done here in Pennsylvania. And you know, in many ways, I think this election comes down to those same two things. Who's on your side, fighting to get stuff done for you? And who will protect your freedom? Well, to me, and I think to all of you, the answer is clear. It's Kamala Harris. But it's not just Kamala's name that's on the ballot. It's your rights and your freedoms that are on the line. And, Philly, I will tell you, I think it is our responsibility right now, just as our framers had intended, to do our part. You see, 248 years ago, it was here in Philly, just down the street, that we declared our independence from a king. And hear me on this, we are not going back to a king in this country. No, we're not. A decade later, after signing the Constitution, Ben Franklin was met outside Independence Hall on the cobblestone street. He was greeted by a woman who asked him, "What have we got? A monarchy or a republic?" Franklin looked her in the eye and said, "A republic if you can keep it." Those 5 words, "if you can keep it," that has been our charge for centuries, and it has guided every chapter in our American story. To keep it, to perfect our union. And throughout our American story, it's been ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice, and making progress. Now, that progress has been made on the battlefield, at lunch counters, in marches, and at the ballot box. So tomorrow, when you use your pen to vote, and hear me on this, y'all better stay inside those circles when you vote. Don't go outside the lines. I want you to use that pen to vote for Kamala Harris, and I want you to use that pen to help write this next chapter in our American story. A chapter where we declare that no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love or who you pray to, you'll have real opportunity here in America. Where the lessons we teach our children to love thy neighbor, to treat others with respect, are the foundational values guiding our next president. And so tomorrow, let us come together to write this next chapter where we are more free, more tolerant, and where we are united in the cause of liberty and justice for all. My fellow Pennsylvanians, my fellow Americans, the task now falls to each of us. And together, let us make history and elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. May God bless you. Let's get to work, Philly. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Give it up one more time for Governor Shapiro. Now, you know what Kamala Harris says. Hard work is good work. It's a motto being embraced all across this country as folks come together to get out the vote. Here you can see what Philly's been up to. The field offices have been absolutely buzzing with folks from all walks of life signing up to knock on doors, make phone calls, and spread the word about the future we're fighting for. And we have some awesome organizers here in Philly showing them how it's done, because that's what this city is all about. Now, this campaign is all about moving our nation forward. But for our next speaker, we're gonna lean back. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for hip-hop icon and Bronx native, my friend, Fat
Yo soy boricua, pa' que tú lo sepas. Yo soy boricua, pa' que tú lo sepas. I heard they needed a Puerto Rican in Philly, and I was so happy to come out here and represent the Puerto Ricans. Tonight I'm short and sweet. It's all about pride. A couple of years back, when I seen Donald Trump come down the escalator and call my Mexican brothers and sisters rapists and drug dealers, he obviously didn't know the contributions of Mexican Americans to this country. If you didn't believe him then we had Hurricane Maria. While people were moving in waist-high water, he went to Puerto Rico and threw towels, paper towels like they were basketballs, at the Puerto Rican people. He also blocked aid to Puerto Rico for the relief fund. Kamala Harris is for us. She's for unity. She's for all Americans, black, white, big, small, Latino, you name it, she's for us. One thing I won't do is sell my soul for anybody. If I'm out here telling you she's the one, it's because I know she's the one. A couple of weeks ago, I'm watching these people again. They told my Haitian brothers and sisters that they eat cats and dogs. Now I'm asking my Americans and my Latinos in particular, where's your pride? When is enough enough? When is enough enough? Kamala Harris brought 5 million new Latino jobs to America. Just the other day, what I call a hate rally in my neck of the woods, Madison Square Garden. Now let me tell you something, I'm a sucker for a laugh. I gotta let you know, I'm the guy they throw out the comedy show because I'm laughing too much. I think I'm gonna die of laughter. I find anything funny. But when they get up there and they call Puerto Rico an island of garbage, tell me how you really feel, huh? I did not find that to be a joke. Disrespected Jewish people, black people talking about carving watermelons. I mean, this is out of control. But I asked my people, mi gente latino, ¿dónde está tu orgullo? Where's your pride? So you can't keep getting stepped on and kicked when you're down. We gotta elect someone who's really for the people. Kamala Harris, she's for the people. I believe in her. And if you're the last undecided vote, you don't know who you're voting for? You gotta be kidding me at this point. If we're gonna vote for Kamala Harris tomorrow, let me hear you make some noise. Everybody get out there and vote because every vote matters. Your voice matters. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Fat Joe and I'm here for Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States of America. With that being said, I am introducing one of my friends, a fellow Boricua, one of the greatest international superstars of all time, Ricky Martin!
ese suero que alegra los corazones del mundo entero. Al dolor, al mal de amores, nada como el repique de mis tambores. Que hay que tirarse a la calle dejando atrás los problemas. Que como decía mi madre, bailando todo se arregla. Pégate un poco más, te llaman los tambores, olvida los temores, que el tiempo se nos va. Pégate un poco más y mueve esas caderas. La cosa buena que a mí me pone mal. Ay Dios, here we go. Mueve tus caderas, muchacha morena, bailame ese ritmo con sabor a pena. Hay una pesetita, esa bellonera, para que te olvides de todas tus penas. Y esta noche quiero más, esta noche quiero fiesta. Hoy no habrá mal que por bien no venga. Unamos los corazones, hoy todos somos multicolores. Pégate un poco más, te llaman los amores, olvida los temores, que el tiempo se nos va. Pégate un poco más y mueve esas caderas. La cosa buena que a mí me pone mal. Come on, let me feel your heartbeat, everybody. Come on now. That's right. Y que venga el coro con todo el amor para nuestros niños. Que venga la paz y que vengan todos a bailar mi plena. Bien pegadito, con mucho cariñito. Que venga y que vengan ríos de bondad para todos los pueblos de la tierra. Que no nos podemos olvidar que el amor puro libera y la mentira envenena. Que como decía mi madre, bailando todo se arregla. Pégate un poco más, te llaman los tambores, olvida los temores, que el tiempo se nos va. Pégate un poco más y mueve esa cadera. La cosa buena que a mí me pone mal. That's right, everybody put your hands together. Traigo el fuego para mi pueblo. Dale boricua en Estados Unidos, come on. That's right, that's right. Here we go. Para quien quiera la noche entera.
Thank you, Fat Joe, and thank you, Ricky Martin. You know, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But tomorrow, what happens in Vegas just might change our country forever. Because Nevada is ready to elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. And Vegas is pulling out all the stops to get people to the polls, including the ultimate stop. They activated the sphere. This baby's been lit up all week, reminding everyone to get out and vote. And for our next speaker, we're going to travel just down the road from the sphere to another iconic Vegas site. We know Vegas is union strong, so let's make some noise as I pass the mic to the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building Trades Union, Vince Saavedra, live from the MGM Grand in Las Vegas.
Please welcome Executive Secretary Treasurer of Southern Nevada Building Trades, Vince Saavedra.
What's up, Las Vegas? How you guys doing?
As the son of a union iron worker and being a member myself of Iron Workers Local 416, I know what hard work looks like. I have the privilege and honor of being the first person of color elected to represent the Southern Nevada building trades. I represent 19 unions, over 30,000 working families, and one of Nevada's largest labor union organizations. Thank you. I know how much Nevada's workforce needs leaders who recognize their dedication and hard work and sacrifice that we put in every day. That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. She grew up in the middle class and knows how real people in this country operate. And she'll look out for guys like me because she recognizes that union labor built this country. We always have and we always will. Thank you. Here to tell you more about that is my friend, your U.S. Senator, Catherine Cortez Masto.
Hello, Las Vegas! All right, in the next 24 hours, we have a chance to make history, right? Yeah. This is something the state of Nevada knows a little something about, right? Because we are called the battle-born state for a reason. And tomorrow, we will show the country why. Now, for months now, Nevadans have been knocking on doors and sending texts and making calls about what's at stake in this election. We have rallied our families, our future, and our freedom, right? I've met so many Nevadans who are choosing country over party, unity over division, come on, and let's say it, Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Yeah. Because the choice is clear. Do we want a president with an enemies list or a to-do list? Yeah. From day one, Kamala Harris has that to-do list, and she is going to lead with real solutions for working families. She's going to cut taxes, strengthen Medicare, and protect Social Security, right? She's going to make it easier to keep food on the table and a roof over your head. She's going to invest in American workers, in manufacturing, and yes, in clean energy, right? She's going to pass a bipartisan border security bill and work towards a fair immigration system. She's going to put the American dream within reach of more Americans, right? And yes, she is going to stand up for reproductive freedom in this country. And I'll tell you what, Nevada, we're going to stand with her as we secure a constitutional right to abortion. Because here's what we know. We all know that Kamala Harris will fight for us. So what do we need to do now? We need to fight for her, right? So how many people here have already voted? Yes. And chances are, we all know some people who haven't. So check in with your friends, family, and neighbors, and make sure that they have a plan to vote. Every American can make a difference in this election. Tu voto es tu voz. It's your voice. Time and again. That's right. Si se puede. Listen, time and again, our state has proven that we are stronger when we stand together. When we go to battle for a brighter future for everyone, that is when we are the strongest. So, Nevada's message to America tonight is, what is it? When we vote, When we vote, thank you, Las Vegas, and thank you, Nevada.
Trump ain't
Did you know that Trump wanted the military to actually shoot Black Lives Matter protesters? I mean,
Trump is not He let people die during COVID and then told us to drink bleach.
he tried to kill the stimulus bill and couldn't, so he delayed the money just so he could put his name on the check.
Trump ain't
He used the death penalty to execute black men like Brandon Bernard.
He f***ed Obama's economy, lost thousands of black jobs. He started inflation and gave his billionaire buddies a tax cut.
America, Trump ain't Don't vote for that man. Nothing but
Vote Kamala Harris for president.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
This is Russell L. Honoré, Lieutenant General, United States Army. You got one vote. Use it.
A little bit harder, makes me that much wiser, makes me making me fighter, make me run a little bit faster, make my skin a little bit thinner, makes me that much smarter, makes me making me fighter.
Tonight, I'm here in honor of the people who have fought to give us the privilege to be heard. Let's raise our voices and vote for freedom. When I thought I knew you, thinking that you were true, 'cause I couldn't trust, but your love promise up, 'cause I've had enough. Were there by my side, always down for the ride, 'cause your righteous came down in flames, 'cause your greed sold me out in shame. After all of the stealing and cheating, all the things that I always said before you, but no shame. 'Cause if it wasn't for all that you tried to do, I wouldn't know just how to pull the rule. So I wanna say thank you, 'cause it makes me that much stronger, makes me work a little bit harder, makes me that much smarter, makes me fighter, living on a little bit faster, made my skin a little bit. Thanks for making me. Never saw you coming, all of your backstabbing, so you could cash in on a good thing. I heard you're going round playing nothing to now, but don't even begin. I don't wanna play, 'cause you done your own way. After all of the fights and the lies that you wanted to hurt me, but that won't work anymore. No, so I wanna say thank you, 'cause it makes me that much stronger, makes me work a little bit harder, makes me that much smarter, makes me harder, makes me work a little bit faster. You made my skin a little bit. Thanks for making me fighter. I'm a fighter. So if you're a fighter, put your hands up. Oh, yeah. And
Las Vegas, we love you. Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto. And thank you, Christina Aguilera. Now it's time to take a ride to the Motor City. So let's get loud for our friends in Detroit. Please welcome the governor of Michigan, Big Gretch herself, Gretchen Whitmer.
Please welcome to the stage, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
We want to present these buffs to our governor, Big Gretch.
Throw their bumps on their face, cause that's Big Gretch. We ain't even about to stress. We got Big Gretch. You can find her in the press under Big Gretch. Fresh in a new dress. Yeah, that's Big Gretch.
Hello, Detroit. Hello, Michigan. Who is fired up to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? This is it, folks. The whole world is counting on us. Tomorrow, let's turn the page and chart a new way forward. If you hear nothing else tonight, hear this. Big Gretch is calling on you to get out and vote. Because when Michiganders show up, America wins. We know this is a special city in a special state, and we are rising up stronger than ever before. We have each other's backs. We understand the value of hard work and the power of community. Because of the Biden-Harris administration and hard-working Michiganders, new housing is going up. New factories are being built. More union auto workers are on the line. And you know, it's a story you can see in all the cities we're sharing the stage with tonight. We're a nation of hardworking people, hopeful people. We come from all walks of life, but we all want the same things: lower costs, more affordable housing and healthcare, good paying jobs, safe roads, and great schools. We want our children to be happy and healthy. And we believe in the goodness and decency of our neighbors. That's our story. Together, we move forward. And my friends, we are not going back. Michigan, we deserve leaders who know us and see us. Kamala Harris is that leader, a commander-in-chief who brings people together, a fighter for working families, a leader who will always stand up for Detroit and for Michigan. Kamala Harris will be a president who leads us forward toward a brighter, more hopeful future. So here's what I need you to do, Michigan. Tonight, make a plan. Tomorrow, bring a friend to the polls. The polls are open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. And together, we'll win this thing and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House. Thank you, Michigan. I love you. Thank you. And now I am so excited to introduce you to a proud Minnesotan, a public school teacher, and the next Second Lady of the United States, my friend and yours, Gwen Walz.
Just like fire, burning up the way, rocking up the world up with just one leg. Watch this madness, colorful charade.
just one thing left to do. We have to vote. Now, you know I'm a teacher, and this election is the ultimate group project. And guess what? It's due tomorrow. And it's pass, fail. So we are counting on you to make a plan to vote, because we are all in this together, right? That is Vice President Harris's vision for our country, too. She believes in the promise of America, that no matter who you are, how much you make, or who you vote for, you belong here. And when we send her to the White House, she'll fight to make that promise a reality. Now, it feels like just yesterday that Tim and I were teaching in small town Nebraska and at Mankato West High School. Now, we even shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. And here's a question for you. Guess whose class was louder? Tim's. But every day I heard Tim encouraging his students, determined to help every single one reach their dreams. And that same quality is what makes Tim such an effective public servant. And I thank you, and I know he will make a fantastic partner to President Kamala Harris. So will you please join me in welcoming the next Vice President of the United States, my husband, Tim Walz.
I was born in a small town. Well, hello, Detroit. Thanks to the love of my life, Gwen, for her endless support and for coming along with me on this wild ride. I also want to use this as an opportunity to thank my amazing kids, Hope and Gus. You guys are what it's all for, and I couldn't be prouder of you. And thank you to all of you. You could probably tell from these rallies all across the country tonight, this team is running like everything's on the line, because everything's on the line. But I want to take tonight to talk about one issue in particular that really underlines the stakes in this election. So let me speak to the guys in the crowd tonight. I want you to think about the women in your life that you love. Their lives are at stake in this election. Donald Trump appointed those Supreme Court justices who repealed Roe versus Wade, and he brags about it. He is glad that those women you're thinking about and you love have fewer rights than their mothers and their grandmothers. More than 20 states across this country now have Trump abortion bans. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Trump said to all the women here, he'll be your protector. And then he added, I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not. Well, now we're seeing women turned away from emergency rooms, miscarrying in parking lots, whether they like it or not. Survivors of rape being forced to carry those pregnancies to term, whether they like it or not. Fertility clinics turning couples away at the door, whether they like it or not. Look, this is personal for so many of us, Gwen and I included. We were only able to have that family because of fertility treatments. And I will be damned if anyone in this country should be denied that same right. When Congress passes that bill to restore reproductive freedom, President Harris will sign it into law. Folks, this is getting pretty simple now. Kamala and I trust women. It's that simple. Now, tomorrow, women all across America of every age, both parties, are going to send a loud and clear message to Donald Trump, whether he likes it or not. So here it is, folks. It's our moment. The election is here. The momentum's on our side. With 1 or 2 votes per precincts in the state of Michigan, we can win the whole damn thing. We can. We take nothing for granted. Now, Gwen and I, we think the word hope is the most powerful word in the English language. In fact, it was so powerful when we finally had that child and that little girl, we named her Hope. But while hope is a great word and a great name, it's not a damn plan. So it's time for the pep talk, folks. We are in the 4th quarter, 2 minutes left. The game is tied. But we've got the damn ball, and we got the best quarterback on the field in Kamala Harris. We don't get tired because we know there's plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. And we believe in the promise of America. We just have to fight for it. Here's the deal, folks. There's going to be a day you're going to be sitting in that rocking chair, and you're going to be rocking on that porch, and a little one's going to come home from school and ask, what did you do in the 2024 election where the American experiment survived, where the rule of law survived, where decency survived? And you're going to be able to answer every damn thing I could. Every damn thing I could. So, Detroit, it's time. And as the vice president says, when we vote, Michigan, bring this thing home for America. Let's go. Let's go.
In a small town, and I live in a small town. Every day in a small town, oh, small communities. All my friends are from small town. My parents live in the same small town. My job is a small town, but that's little opportunity. Educated in a small town, taught to fear Jesus in a small town. Used to daydream in that small town, another foreign romantic, that's me. But I've seen it all in a small town. Had myself a ball in a small town. Made an LA dollar, brought it to this small town. That small town, just like me. No, I cannot forget from where it is that I come from. I cannot forget the people who love me. Yeah, I can be myself here in this small town. And people let me be just what I want to be.
Please welcome John Bon Jovi with The War and Treaty.
Tommy used to work on the docks. The union went on strike. He's down on his luckiest turn. So tough. Gene worked 9-hour day. Working for a man. She brings home a faithful love. For love. They say we gotta hold on to what we got. Doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. Got each other, that's a lot for love. Give it a shot. Oh, we everything. Oh, we're living on the prayer. Take my hand, we make it, I swear. Oh, we're living on the prayer. Tommy threw his 6-string high. He's holding in when he used to make it so tough. Gina's dreams are running away. When she cries in the night, Tommy whispers, it'll be okay. Someday we gotta hold on to what we got. Doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. Got each other, and that's a lot for love. For love, we give it a shot. Oh, if we did. Oh, we living on a prayer. Take my hand, we make it, I swear. Oh, we living on a prayer. We living on a prayer. We gotta hold on, be ready or not. Get ready for the fight when it's all about union. And I say, whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, we're living on a prayer. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, we're living on a prayer. Oh, we're living on a prayer. Take my hand, yeah. Oh, we're living on a prayer. Johnny used to work on the docks. And then the union went on strike. He's down on his luck. It's tough. Hey, Tommy. It's tough. Go to the polls tomorrow. Let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. America's counting on you. Thank you. Good night. All right. They didn't have it for me. I got this. It didn't have it. Where is it? I'm very sorry. There was something that I was going to read, but they didn't have it. Here it is. Is that the top? I'm very sorry, because the way I do see this is that political campaigns are much like football teams, as coaches said. At the center of it all is, in fact, a great quarterback, like he had mentioned in Kamala Harris. But without that quarterback can't win unless that quarterback is surrounded by a great line, some receivers, and Detroit Lion fans know all about that. That is also all of you. Everybody, as I said before, who has knocked on doors, made calls, brought people together to make Kamala Harris the next president of these United States. You know that you are the reason that we are not just living on a prayer tonight. So with that, it is an honor to introduce a real teammate in this campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arthur Harrington. Then that time I went and said goodbye.
What up, Doe Detroit? No, y'all can do better than that. What up, Doe Detroit? When we fight, when we vote. My name is Arthur Harrington, and I'm a proud Detroiter supporting Kamala Harris. And something is happening in Michigan. We feel it when we knock on doors and we have conversations with our neighbors, from the Upper Peninsula down to the city of Detroit. Young people, communities of color, Democrats and Republicans, Wolverines and Spartans. We all want good paying jobs, housing that we can afford, and great opportunities for our future. We want a leader who will unite us. We want a leader who will bring us forward and not backwards. Because Michigan, say it with me, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And for the first time, when Kamala Harris visited my university, my undergraduate institution of Hampton University, all the way down to here in this rally in the city of Detroit, I've seen her energy firsthand that she brings. She means what she says, and she'll deliver for communities like ours. So this year, Detroit is going hard for Kamala Harris. Now, I know some of us have walked around this state and back, but while our shoes may be worn, our souls are anything but. So run through the red tape. Keep texting your friends, keep calling your neighbors, keep speaking with your coworkers, keep knocking on doors, keep having those hard conversations. Because come January, we will elect Kamala Harris and celebrate her as our next president of the United States of America. So say this with me: I can, I will, I must vote. Thank you so much. My name is Arthur Harrington. I approve this message.
Come here, Hannah. Shake my hand. How you doing? Good.
And bring everybody back together.
And that's exactly how I feel.
That's what I'm doing, man.
Okay, you have to stay in touch with me, okay? I'm very serious about that.
Love to.
Okay. Throughout this campaign, I've seen the best of America, and I've seen what is holding you back and weighing you down. High costs, fundamental rights taken away, and politics that have driven fear and division. You deserve better. As president, I'll bring a new generation of leadership. I'll take on price gouging and bring down the cost of groceries and housing and prescriptions. I'll fight for your freedom to make your own choices, and I will protect your health care and your benefits, not take them away. The vast majority of people in our country have so much more in common than what separates them. Good people, hardworking people. We see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies. We believe in each other. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us. Together, we'll build a brighter future for our nation, where we stand for freedom, we stand for justice, we stand for the dignity of work. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. Now, the baton is in our hands. I pledge to seek common sense solutions to make your life better. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans. Now I'm asking for your vote, because as president, I will get up every day and fight for the American people. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Detroit, 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 Detroit! Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. We still have our food trucks out here. We still have another performance coming up. Don't go anywhere. Just sit back, relax, and we have one more performance coming up, okay? Okay? All right.
Hey, yo.
How y'all feeling?
Hey,
Y'all feeling good?
Hey.
How y'all feeling about freedom?
Hey,
When I say freedom, y'all say, hey, freedom! Freedom!
Hey, yeah, too.
Freedom!
Hey, yep.
All right, y'all in for a
Hey,
treat.
two. Hey, two. Yeah, two. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, two. Get away. Yeah. Hey, two. Yeah, two. There we go.
Please welcome to the stage, Detroit Youth Choir.
Try to rain on the thunder, tell the storm I'm new. I'ma walk, I'ma march on the regular, painted white flags blue. Lord forgive me, I've been hurting, running blind and true. I'ma rain on the regular, tell the sweet I'm new.
Oh, I break chains all by myself. Oh, let my freedom ride in hell. Hey, I'ma keep it running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
I'ma wade through the waters, till the tide don't move. I'ma ride through your doors, my people live through. Lord forgive me, I've been running blind and true. I'ma wade through your shadow, till the deep I'm new.
Ooh, I'm telling these tears gonna fall away, oh, may the last one burn in flame. Put the hands up, oh yeah, put the hands up. Hey, I break chains on my let my freedom ride in hell. Hey, I've been keep it running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves. Yes, it's
Thank you to Arthur Harrington and the Detroit Youth Choir. Give it up for the future Second Lady, Gwen Wall, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Wall. And how about War and Treaty and John Bon Jovi? Detroit is definitely on fire tonight. Now, we're back in Philly, Philadelphia. Are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States of America? It's almost that time, Philly. But first, we're going to hear from another organizer helping us witness elections. A woman who has been leading and organizing across this great state, making calls, knocking on doors, giving everything she's got. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Philly's very own Janae Tops.
What's up, Philadelphia? My name is Janae Taft, and I am so proud to be a Philly native, born and raised. I've spent years organizing throughout our state, but I have to be honest with you guys. Nothing's quite come close to what I've seen over the last 2 days. Not just because our birds had the link popping yesterday. This past weekend alone, we knocked over 1.3 million doors across the state. That's more than 1,000 doors a minute, guys. So we know the momentum is growing, but we still need a little help. We need that tush-push to get us into the end zone. So when I step off the stage, I need you guys to do something for me. I need you to type in go.kamalaharris.com and sign up for a few volunteer shifts. And when you get home tonight, call everybody you know and make sure that they have a plan to vote tomorrow as well. In Pennsylvania, the polls are open from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. And if they still have a mail-in ballot at this point, tell them to drop it off in the nearest drop box location. Do not put it in the mail. Drop it off before 8 p.m. because this election depends on all of us. So let's wake up on Wednesday with no regrets because we're not going back.
Pieces of my broken heart, and I spent so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high, and you see me, somebody new. I'm not that chained up little person still in love with you. And so it felt like my beginning just expected to be. Now I'm saving all my lovely ones. Oh, don't love me, go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. You're not welcome anymore. But you want to try.
It lingers when we're done. You believe God is a woman. I don't wanna waste no time, yeah. You ain't got a one-track mind, yeah. Have it any way you like, yeah. And I can tell that you know I know how I want it. Ain't nobody else can relate. Boy, I like that you ain't.
One, two. Philly, are you with me tonight? I want us to sing together this evening.
Just a small town girl.
Let me hear you. You sound so beautiful out there. We're going to take this celebration to the next level.
Just a city.
I want you to sing it again. I love you.
He took the midnight train going anywhere.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I want to thank you all for joining us this evening. We're going to celebrate life tonight. We're going to celebrate love tonight.
A singer in a smoky room.
It feels so good.
Smell of wine and cheap perfume.
We can't stop
For a
believing.
smile they can share the night. It goes on and on.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Strangers waiting.
I see you rocking tonight.
Up and down the boulevard, their shadows searching in the night.
I said the party has just begun.
Streetlights, people, heaven is to find them all so hiding somewhere in the night.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is Election Eve. Coming to you live from the Rocky Steps in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Philly, are you with me tonight? Now tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life, a celebration of our nation. So let's get this celebration started. So are you ready to dance? Because I'm ready to dance. And are you ready to sing? Because I'm ready to sing. And are you ready to move? Because I'm ready to move. And are you ready to rock? Because I'm ready to rock. I'm so ready to rock. Are you ready to rock? It goes 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yes, I do.
When it first started, September.
Say what? Say what?
Love is changing the minds. Tonight.
While
chasing the clouds away.
Oh.
Key that souls are singing.
You feel good.
As we dance in the night. Remember.
I feel good.
How the stars rule the night.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Let's sing. Say what? Sing it now. Philly. See you rocking over there. See you rocking over there. Ladies and gentlemen, I can feel your love. Oh.
Hands with your heart to see you.
You feel good.
Only blue dark and love. Remember.
I feel good.
How we knew love was here to stay.
I said the party has just begun.
Now December.
Oh.
Love, share September.
Okay, now.
Blue dark love. Remember.
We're we're gonna sing. 1, 2, 1. Louder. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, we came here together tonight to spread some love. Can you feel the love? All around now. I can feel the love. The next stop that we make will be England. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tell all the folks in Russia and China too. If you came here tonight, don't you know that it's time to see our next president? I want to see your hands in the air. This train keep on riding, show them your love. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, some love train. Don't take it, come on, join. Ride this train, y'all. Love train, love train. Listen, baby. Listen, baby. Thank you to all our organizers. You look so beautiful out there. This is truly a magical night. I feel like we're inspired. I feel like we're ready. I feel like we're on the edge of glory. Yeah, you heard me, party people. It's that time. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a big Philly welcome for the one, the only, Lady Gaga.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night, from the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Hey, everybody, how you feeling tonight? For more than half of this country's life, women didn't have a voice.
Yet we raised children. We held our families together. We supported men as they made the decisions. But tomorrow, women will be a part of making this decision. Today, I am holding in my heart all the tough, tenacious women who made me who I am. I cast my vote for someone who will be a president for all Americans. And now, Pennsylvania, it's your turn. The country is depending on you. So tomorrow, let's make sure all your voices are heard. Come on, let's go! Now it's my privilege to introduce someone who knows how to support a powerful woman, the soon-to-be first gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
Hello, Philadelphia! Thank you, Lady Gaga. She was awesome, right? All right, here we are. Over these 15 weeks, America has gotten to know, admire, and trust the Kamala that I love. You've seen her step up. That's what she does. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed. I saw it when I trusted Kamala with our family's future, and it was the best decision I ever made. Now, tomorrow, America will choose who to trust with our nation's future. Now, Kamala was the right person for me at an important time in my life. And she is the right president for this moment in our nation's history. She brings joy and toughness to every task with that laugh and that look. She brings her deep experience to every decision, always disciplined, always focused. And Kamala also brings empathy to every challenge. And as president, she's never going to stop thinking about you and your family. Now, every night of this journey over just 15 weeks, she and I talk about the people we met and the stories they shared, their struggles and their dreams. So as you consider your vote, maybe it's that simple. My wife cares about what you're going through. She understands what's in your way, and she has concrete plans to help us keep moving forward. Now, isn't that what we want for the next 4 years? A president who respects us, a leader with a positive, inclusive vision of America where everyone belongs, everyone has a place. So before we hear from Kamala, I'm incredibly honored to introduce someone who knows something about listening to others and lifting them up. Please welcome Oprah Winfrey.
Philadelphia, I am here with 10 first-time voters for Philadelphia. So Phoenix, I hear you did research before voting.
I did. It was really important to me that the policies that Kamala Harris has proposed for women's reproductive rights and education equality are what led me to cast my ballot for her.
Fantastic. And Eddie, I heard you stood in line because?
Because honestly, it was an honor as an African American to exercise my right to vote, which my ancestors fought so hard for. And as a professional soccer player for the Philadelphia Union, I know that God, He gave me the opportunity to be a leader in this platform to encourage my peers and all of you out here to stand for what's right. Go Kamala.
And Sophia, you haven't voted yet, but you're getting up at what time tomorrow to go vote?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. when it's open, okay?
And my family's from Puerto Rico, so voting.
Puerto Rico!
So voting this election just means so much to me, and I plan to become a future OBGYN, and I'm so excited to vote for Kamala Harris to ensure my future patients' freedom.
That's fantastic. We need more female OBGYNs. And so all of you are voting tomorrow morning, getting up early, voting tomorrow morning. Thank you for exercising your freedom of expression and your power as citizens of this country. How many first-time voters? Raise your hand, first-time voters. Beautiful to see you. Thank you all for coming here tonight and representing all the people who will be voting tomorrow. Those of you who have not voted, thank you so much. You know, on January 20th, 1961, President John F. Kennedy issued a challenge. He said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Well, I'm here to tell you that what you can do for your country, what you can do for democracy here, and what you can do for the spirit of John Lewis and all the others who dared to walk across that bridge in Selma and fight for justice for us all. What you can do for every pregnant young woman who has died because she was not eligible to receive the emergency medical care she desperately needed because of an abortion ban. What you can do for yourself and what you can do for everyone and everything you cherish is vote. And if you are watching or hearing me right now and you haven't already, you have got to vote. And listen, I know that some of you are feeling burnt out and bruised and maybe inconsequential. Nothing could be further from the truth. Every single vote, every one is going to matter. That's why I've come to Philadelphia tonight. And yesterday, I was all the way across the country, and I was hiking on a Sunday afternoon, and I met a woman named Angela, who told me that she was going to sit this one out. Now, I know she was immediately sorry she told me that, because I would not let up. So I said, sit this one out. We don't get to sit this one out. If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again. And let me be very clear. If you do not make sure that the people in your life can get to the polls, that is a mistake. Deciding not to decide, that is most definitely a vote to let other people control your future. Now, we all know what we're voting against. So I want to end by reminding you about a few things that we're voting for. We are voting to defend and protect the Constitution of the United States. We are voting for values. We are voting for values and integrity. We are voting for the right to choose what happens to our own bodies. We are voting to save ourselves from this precipice of danger where we now stand. All the anxiety and the fear you're feeling that because you sense the danger and you change that with your vote. We are voting for healing over hate. Now, I believe in this promise of America. America has been the greatest country in the world for me. I believe that if you and I and the voters you see on this stage show up for our country tomorrow, if we answer that call that President Kennedy made more than 6 decades ago, then we have the power to choose a leader who will see us. She sees us, and she will do her mighty best to serve all of us. I believe we can do that, and I know she can do that. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. And to say it and sing it and drive that message home, put your hands together for Will I Am.
Mama, what's wrong with America? Why can't we get along in America? Something's going on in America. People entertained by the predator. We used to be united in America. Now we just divided in America. We're all immigrants, different characters, but together, you know, we could break down the barriers. So register and vote for your life. Do it for your daughters and your sons and your wife. If you're a woman, then vote for your rights. And don't let them take away your rights. We could be better than we ever been. We about to have a woman president. Haters gonna say that we can't, but the word American says that I can. And yes, she can. Let me hear you say, 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 yes, she can. Say, yes, she can. Say, yes, she can. Hey, yes, she can. 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 Oh, she can. Yes, she can. Every woman. Yes, she can. Yes, she can.
Philadelphia, Will I Am. Philadelphia, welcome the next president of these United States, Kamala Harris.
Yes, she can. Let me hear you say, yes, she can. Let me hear you say. Let me hear you say, yes, she can. Let me hear you say,
Freedom, I can't move. Freedom, come me loose. Yeah, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves. I'ma wade through the waters till the tide don't move. I'ma ride through your borders. Call me bulletproof. Lord, forgive me, I've been.
Good evening, Philadelphia. Good evening, everyone. First of all, can we hear it for Oprah, please? And the first, second gentleman of the United States, my husband. Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back and to be with so many incredible leaders, including Bob Casey. Let's send him back to the United States Senate. I want to thank all the outstanding artists and performers who are here tonight and sharing the gift that they have with all of us. I thank you all so very much. And to everyone here, thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to be here, for us to all be here together, showing who America is, that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So Philadelphia, you ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? Oh, it's good to be back in the city of brotherly love.
where the foundation of our democracy was forged. And here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory. So America, it comes down to this. One more day, just one more day in the most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are optimistic and we are excited about what we can do together. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next President of the United States of America. However, the race ain't over yet, and we must finish strong, and this could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters. So let me ask you, who here has a plan to vote? All right, well, help spread the word. Here in Pennsylvania, polls are open tomorrow morning from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and no matter what state you live in, if you are watching this, please go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including when and where to vote and where to drop off your mail-in ballot. And I also ask you to please talk with your friends and your family and your neighbors. Share your perspective on why you took the time to be here this evening and why this election is important to you. Encourage folks to make their voices heard, because we need everyone to vote in Pennsylvania, and you will decide the outcome of this election, Pennsylvania. So with only a few hours left, we still have work to do. And as you've heard me say before, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. And we will win. We will win. And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it. America is ready for a fresh start, ready for a new way forward where we see our fellow American not as an enemy, but as a neighbor. And we are ready for a president who knows that the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, but based on who you lift up. And Pennsylvania, you know me, I'm not afraid of tough fights. For decades, as a prosecutor and the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in this country, I won fights. I won fights against the big banks when they ripped off homeowners. I won fights against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women, children, and seniors, against cartels that trafficked in guns and drugs and human beings. My entire career has been driven by a singular purpose: to fight on behalf of the people. On behalf of the people. And it is my pledge to you that if you give me a chance to fight on your behalf as president, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way. And instead of stewing over an enemies list, I will spend every day on your behalf working on my to-do list, full of priorities to improve your lives. Together, we will build an economy where we bring down the cost of living. We will ban corporate price gouging on groceries. We will make housing and childcare more affordable. We will cut taxes for workers, for middle-class families and small businesses. We will lower health care costs, including the cost of home care for seniors. Because on the issue of health care, I absolutely believe access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And to anyone out there watching this while we're here, who still is trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act and take us back to the days when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions, well, Billy, you know what I'm about to say. We are not going back. We are not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future and ours is a fight for freedom, including the most fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. So, America, I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. And I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. I pledge to listen to experts. I pledge to listen to people who disagree with me. Because you see, I don't believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. I'll give them a seat at the table. That's what real leaders do. That's what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So Philadelphia, we are here together for many reasons, but probably one of the most important, because we love our country. We love our country. And when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism, of our expression, of our love for our country, to then fight for its ideals, and to fight to realize the promise of America. I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the civil rights movement. My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller. And we all know, and we've read about it, at those marches, there were people from every walk of life who came together to fight for freedom and for opportunity. You know, growing up, I saw how hard my mother worked to give her daughters the same chances our country gave her. And I was blessed growing up to have family by blood and to have family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, of compassion, and faith. I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country, anything is possible. I have lived the promise of America, and today, I see the promise of America in everyone who is here, in all of you. We are the promise of America. We are the promise of America. I see its promise in the fathers and the mothers and the grandparents across our nation who work so hard every day for our children's future. I see it in the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom, and in the men who support them. I see it in people of all ages who have knocked on doors, made calls, sent texts, and who will spend tomorrow driving their fellow Americans to the polls. I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but who put the Constitution of the United States above party. And I see the promise of America in all the young leaders who are voting for the very first time. Where are you? I know you're here. I know you're here. And you who are determined to live free from gun violence, who are determined to tackle the climate crisis, who are ready to shape the world you inherit. To you in particular, I say, I see your power, and I am so proud of you. Can we all applaud our first-time voters? So, America, we started this campaign 107 days ago. And from the beginning, ours has not been a fight against something, it has been a fight for something. A fight for a future with freedom, with opportunity, and with dignity for all Americans. Our campaign has brought together people from all corners of this nation and from all walks of life, united by our love for our country and our faith in a brighter, stronger, and more hopeful future that we will build together. And tonight, then we finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy, knowing that we, the people, have the power to shape our future, and that we can confront any challenge we face when we do it together. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now, the baton is in our hands. And to everyone who continues to pour so much of yourselves into this campaign as an extension of your love for our country, I thank you for your time, your effort, and the heart you are putting into this. And together, I know that together we are also intentional about, in this process, building community and building coalitions. And because of you, each of you, and collectively, our people-powered movement reflects a simple and undeniable truth that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So we have one day to get this done, which means now we need to get to work and get out the vote. So let's reach out once again to our family members, friends, classmates, neighbors, coworkers, knowing and reminding them that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And let us please remind everyone that your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So tonight I ask you one last time, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Freedom, freedom, on you.
Folks, that was Vice President Kamala Harris with her closing statement.
I'ma keep running because the winner don't quit on themselves.
It is estimated that some 50,000 people were at this rally in Philadelphia. 8 rallies all across the country. Folks, it is election day tomorrow. This crowd is fired up. They are excited. And trust me, that little rally Donald Trump had in Pittsburgh pales in comparison to here in Philadelphia. Now it's all about driving voters to the polls. And I can tell you, I have watched this woman this year. I've watched this woman since July 21st. And I can tell you, like a prize fighter, the last 72 hours, you see the confidence in her walk, in her talk. You see it in her face. She is ready for this fight. She is ready to do better. Folks, we're talking about an absolutely strong candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris. She has been top-notch. She's been top-notch, of course. Go ahead. So again, some 50,000 people here, folks. An unbelievable day. This ended right before midnight. Lady Gaga is going to close out with a song.
10 Hail Marys, I meditate for practice. Channel 9 News tell me I'm moving backwards. 8 blacks left, deaf is around.
Please welcome back to the stage, Lady Gaga.
Before y'all go home tonight, I'm gonna sing you just one more song. We're on the edge of something big. I feel so lucky to be here with you all tonight. I love you so much.
There ain't a reason you and me should be alone tonight, yeah, baby. But I got a reason that you're who should take me home tonight. I need someone who thinks it's right when it's so wrong tonight, yeah, baby. Right on the limits where we know we both belong tonight. All right, all right.
Where's all my ladies at?
Oh, it's hard to feel the rush, to brush the danger. I'm gonna run right to the edge with you, where we can both fall far in love. I'm the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on a moment of truth. Out on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on this moment with you. I'm on the edge, right on the edge. I'm on the edge, right on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on this moment. Pennsylvania. Another shot before we kiss the other side tonight, yeah, baby. I'm on the edge of something final, we call life tonight. All right. Put on your shades, 'cause I'll be dancing in the flames tonight, yeah, baby. It isn't hell if everybody knows my name tonight. All right. 'Cause it's hard to feel the rush, to brush the dangerous. I'm gonna run right to the edge with you, where we can both fall for love. I'm an American woman on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on a moment of truth. Out on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on this moment, barely with you. On the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge, the edge. I'm on the edge of glory, and I'm hanging on this moment. I'm on the edge with you, with you. I'm on the edge with you.
As long as we have each other, we're gonna be all right.
I'm on the edge. I'll be right there with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and that was Election Eve, live from Philadelphia and across the nation. Thank you all for coming together tonight. We made history with the biggest Get Out the Vote rally of all time, and tomorrow we make history again. We know what we have to do. Tell a friend and tell a friend, and make sure everyone in your life has a plan to get to the polls and elect our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Thank you, Milwaukee, Atlanta, Raleigh, Phoenix, Vegas, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Philly, and everyone else around the nation. My name is DJ Cassidy. We love you. We love you. We love you. And remember,
Folks, Roland here with Black Sun Network, Roland Unfiltered. That is it. We have been on this journey since July 21st. And that was when Joe Biden opted to announce that he was not running for re-election. And now what you see, folks, it's in the voters' hands now. More than 70 million Americans have voted early. These Americans have been going to the polls. These Americans have been traveling this country. And now it's election day. And now what we are going to see are the results of all this campaigning, all the money being raised, the hiring of staff. It now comes down to a ground game. Tonight, Donald Trump continued his hate fest rally with crazy deranged Megyn Kelly in Pittsburgh. What you saw from Vice President Kamala Harris was something that was bigger, more inclusive, focused on Americans, a message of hope, a message of unity, and one looking forward. And what she said in her closing speech is that we're not looking back, we must look forward. Let's do away with the hate and the divisive ways of Donald Trump. We saw what happened when he was in the Oval Office for 4 years. We experienced that daily menace of his tweets and who he was attacking and his brutal, nasty behavior. We saw what happened on January 6th when he led the insurrection. We saw all of those things. He was impeached twice. That is not a person you return to the Oval Office. And so now, the voters in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia in particular, must show who they support. And then, of course, we talk about Wisconsin. Milwaukee is going to be critical. Michigan, Detroit's going to be critical. North Carolina. We talk about Arizona, Nevada, Georgia. You heard me say many times that black voters can be the decider. As if we vote in massive numbers. We have the numbers. They're there. The numbers are there in Philadelphia. They are there in Detroit. They are there in Milwaukee. They are there in Georgia. They are there in North Carolina, especially Eastern North Carolina. The question is, will we turn out and support Vice President Kamala Harris to become the 47th president of the United States? We have been on the road traveling this country. We've been to Ohio. We've been to North Carolina, been to Georgia, been to Wisconsin, been to Michigan, been to Pennsylvania, now our second time here. We've talked to voters across the country. We've talked to people about the issues that matter to them, the things that they care about. And now it is up to the voters to decide what they're going to do. Tomorrow, we'll be live from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the Black Star Network. We'll be covering this extensively. Of course, we'll have a reporter at Howard University. So we have more than 40 of our experts lined up to be in studio breaking down this election. Not only cover the presidential race, but also covering critical Senate races. The question is, will Democrats hold on to the United States Senate? Can Senator John Tester hold off Republican Tim Sheehy to maintain his seat? Can Democrats have an upset with Congressman Colin Allred against Senator Ted Cruz in Texas? You also have Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio running there. You got Bob Casey here in Pennsylvania. You've got, of course, you got Elise Stefanik, who's running there. You got First Slotkin, who's running in Michigan. Will she win that particular Senate seat? So we're watching all of these races
to see what takes place. There are ballot initiatives, Supreme Court races, critical Supreme Court races in Florida and Texas. You have a gerrymandering bill that's on the ballot in Ohio. So lots for us to be paying attention to when it comes to the election tomorrow. It has been quite a journey for us as we've traveled the country, talking to people all across this country, and now it is over. And so slightly it's midnight, and now the polls will be opening in 7 hours across this country. And so we will see you tomorrow in the nation's capital as we break down election year 2024. And so we'll see you on the Black Stud Network. Thanks to all of you watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.
They said we were dead.
Detroit waving the white flag, the city filing for bankruptcy.
That our best days were behind us. That living here is like
living in hell.
But you know what we said? We said, F that. We rebuilt ourselves. We looked out for each other, got our hands dirty, and put in the hard work. And this guy, he don't know anything about that. We are a city of winners, of up-and-comers, of builders, the Motor City. Bigger and better. Here, we believe in freedom. We don't bow down to nobody, and we never will. And so what Donald Trump doesn't understand, or care to learn, is that when he said,
our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's your president,
that he should be so goddamn lucky.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
In this town, we've seen our share of hard times, heard our share of big promises.
Up to 13,000 jobs.
But empty promises don't build cities.
Plans never materialize.
We do, with grit, sweat, and cold beer. So when he talks,
Former President Trump called Milwaukee a horrible city.
we know talk is all he's got. And this is what we've got. In this town, we've seen our share of hard times, heard our share of big promises.
Up to 13,000 jobs.
But empty promises don't build cities.
Plans never materialize.
We do, with grit, sweat, and cold beer. So when he talks,
Former President Trump called Milwaukee a horrible city.
we know talk is all he's got. And this is what we've got.
Philly Tough is different. They insult us.
Bad things happen in Philadelphia. Bad things.
They don't like us. We don't care. Because here's the thing that people like Donald Trump don't understand. We're Philly. F***ing Philly. And when you fight us, we fight back.